This is the video I wish I had 8 years ago. If it's the first time we met, hey, how you doing? My name is Omid, and over the years I've become a top affiliate for a bunch of different software companies, and I've even become the #1 affiliate for companies like Gumloop and Beehive. And I also helped manage and grow the affiliate program at Webflow. But almost half of my income actually comes from working through my content marketing agency and partnering with software companies and teaching them the strategies I'm literally going to teach you in this video. Which is to say, I think I've put the most comprehensive video on YouTube on affiliate marketing for beginners. We're going to go through building an entire business from scratch, step by step. And you might be asking, why are you putting this up for free? And truth be told, it's 2 reasons. The first one is I just want to build my brand. And the second one, which I think is the more important one, is this video is for the younger version of myself, the kid who didn't have enough money to buy a course and desperately just needed honest information that was accurate and up to date. Now, this course is over 4 hours long, so I want to respect your time, and I've gone through this entire video and edited everything out that wastes your time and goes on about how to... All right, here we are in the affiliate marketing course. I'm about to dive through everything. I'm going to be bouncing between some slides. I'm going to be bouncing between my iPad, showing you actual notes, and I'm going to be bouncing in between actual over-the-shoulder stuff that we're going to do, like building out our website, building out our brand. We're going to go around New York City and look for brand inspiration. We're going to buy our domain, all that kind of stuff. So if you see my eyes moving around and darting around, that's why I'm looking at a lot of screens right now, and I'm trying to pay attention to you because you're looking pretty good today. Anyways, affiliate marketing course, and in this, we're really talking about building a search-driven media company. That's actually the secret with this video. So first, I know you probably already know what affiliate marketing is, but let me give you my definition. So what is affiliate marketing? Affiliate marketing is when a brand or a company offers commissions on sales made by a creator, an influencer, or a publisher. So you essentially, as an affiliate, you become the middle person, or the person in the middle that then connects a company with its products and services to the people that actually need them and are looking for them. And in between that transaction, you get a commission. Sometimes it's 5% of a sale. Sometimes it's 20%. Sometimes it's 50%. It really depends on the product and the industry that you're in. Sometimes it's a one-time payment. If it's a subscription product, like with software, sometimes it's reoccurring payments. So it really depends on the product or services that you're promoting. But really, at the end of the day, it's you are connecting businesses with their customers. So at the end of the day, you're actually, as you get into affiliate marketing, you're going to become like a really good marketer through this. And if you can master affiliate marketing as a skill, it is literally the foundation for how you can get a job. It's actually the foundation for how I ended up working in tech and marketing, was through learning the skills of affiliate marketing. And it's one of the most valuable skills that you can have as a marketer, especially in today's time and age. Anyways, affiliate marketing is just a business model, right? So it's not some special woo-ha business, woo-woo business. It's just a business model. A lot of companies use it as an extra revenue stream to their other sales. Maybe a business is using ads to get customers. Maybe they're making YouTube videos. Maybe they're writing blog posts. Maybe they're doing social media. And then also maybe they have an affiliate program as another revenue stream for them. So it's just a business model, and it's a great one that you can tap into as a creator and as a publisher on the web, because you don't have to hold inventory for products, and you don't have to even manage like customer service or anything. All you're doing is you're giving a customer to another business, and then whatever things that customer brings to the table, that business deals with, whether it's, things with returns or customer service or anything. You basically just pass that all the way to the business, and you take a cut and a commission. And it's, I believe, as passive as it can get with making money online. More passive than selling digital products and courses, in my opinion. At least from my experience, I've done all that stuff. So really, as I mentioned earlier, to make money with affiliate marketing, you need to learn how to drive a lot of traffic. You're not going to make a lot of money through affiliate marketing unless you master a traffic source, whether that's mastering Google Ads or Facebook and Meta Ads or SEO or Pinterest or whatever it is. You have to know how to send traffic to a landing page or a website. And because you essentially learn that skill, and we're going to talk about that in this video. Because you essentially learn that skill to become a great affiliate marketer, it's like a skill you can take anywhere with you. You can build businesses, you can work with businesses and help them scale their traffic as a consultant or freelancer, an agency. You can take that skill and go get a job that pays, at least it should pay, over $100,000 a year, depending on where you live. Here in the US, a job learning how to run traffic is super valuable, and it should definitely make you 6 figures a year. Really, it's all about learning how to drive traffic. It's not about signing up to a affiliate program somewhere like TikTok Shop and just promoting it on social media, or putting your affiliate link on Facebook and just hoping that somebody is going to click on that link and purchase it, like your friends and family. To make real money with affiliate marketing, you just have to be a really good marketer that knows how to drive traffic. Did I say that already? That's pretty much the basis of it, and you will learn that in this video. I truly believe that the best way to approach affiliate marketing is to have a website where people land on it, and then they have to click on links in order to get the product. A lot of times, I've actually found affiliate marketing works better on a blog and a website compared to a YouTube channel, because sometimes in a YouTube channel, you might recommend a product. Say you're recommending these blue light blocking sunglasses in a YouTube video. If you say, hey, these blue light blocking sunglasses are great, they're from this company named Blue Light Glasses, you should go buy them. What's going to happen is a lot of times people on YouTube, they're not actually going to go to the description. They're just going to go straight to Google. They're going to type in blue light glasses, and then they're going to find bluelightglasses.com or whatever, and then they're going to purchase. And in that case, yes, you did introduce that person to that brand, but what happens is they didn't actually click on a link, so that company can't track and have the proper attribution to know that you were the one that sent them that customer. And so basically that whole attribution, that tracking gets lost. Now, I believe that it's a lot better to have a situation where, say, you're getting traffic from Google or from an ad that's going to your website, where then you say, hey, these are the best blue light blocking sunglasses, click right here to check them out. And then the person has to click on a link in that case. And when they click on that link, it's tracked through the website cookies, which tracks all the tracking codes. And then that website can actually attribute your website as being the person that referred a customer for the blue light blocking sunglasses, and they can give you the commissions accordingly. Now, that's why I believe a lot of times it's best to have a website when you're actually trying to do affiliate marketing. And it also helps later on when we get into applying to affiliate networks and affiliate programs. A lot of people get denied from affiliate programs because they don't actually have a website. They're like, they have a social media account and they're going to promote your product through their social media account and put the link in their bio or something. No, you want a website. It's how you actually look legit to publishers. It's how you just look legit as a business and people take you seriously. Don't worry, we're going to build a website in this video. And speaking of websites, I think the traffic source to getting people to your website, the best one is SEO. Now, people might say SEO is dead because of ChatGPT and AI search engines. Again, very false and a myth. Only people that actually don't know this stuff say that. My website, marketermilk.com, gets most of its traffic from SEO. And while a majority of that traffic does come from Google search, a lot of it actually comes from Bing, DuckDuckGo, which is another search engine, and then ChatGPT, and Perplexity, which is like an AI search engine. So, and really I'm only optimizing for Google, and then my website content gets scraped by all these other AI search platforms and chatbots and different search engines. I have a video on my YouTube channel already on how to rank in ChatGPT, and I go over more on that if you want to check that out after this video. But yeah, you want to get people on your website. The best organic way is through SEO, and you're going to learn that in this video. It's my bread and butter. Yeah. Otherwise, if you're going to run ads, which can help accelerate your affiliate commissions, but I wouldn't start with it. You could do Google PPC ads, which is pay-per-click ads. Those are the standards, like sponsored by links you see when you search something in Google, and it's like the first few options that comes up. That's Google PPC. In that case, people are also clicking to land on your website. That's also another option that you can do. A lot of times there's these like top website builder apps or websites that basically do this, or top VPNs, just the affiliate programs that pay a lot and get a lot of traffic, or have a lot of search volume to them. You will see a lot of websites that are literally just landing pages giving the top tools of a certain category, and it's just like a Google ad that goes to that, and they're spending money on ads, and they figured out how to spend X amount of dollars and make even more X amount of dollars back in affiliate commission. So it might be like a situation where you're spending $1 for ads and you're making back, say, $3. And so you kind of create this flywheel by putting more money in and more money coming out. That is a very very expert strategy, which requires a lot of capital. And I think it's a cool thing to explore when you get to that point. But in the beginning, I think you should still focus on SEO. I mean, there's even affiliate companies like nerdwallet.com that are literally publicly traded companies that make 9 figures in revenue a year plus through just SEO affiliate marketing. Like NerdWallet, they're affiliate for a bunch of different credit card companies. Again, why SEO is so great is because it's the best traffic, I believe, to a website for affiliate marketing is intent-based visitors on your website. So by intent-based visitors, I mean people actually land on your website in the mindset of looking for something. For example, if somebody is looking like blue light glasses review in Google and you have a blog post that comes up, well, they're looking for you. They want to read your article or your YouTube video, whatever it is that you have, and they want to figure out if this product is right for them. And if it is, they'll click on your link and they'll buy it. And most of Google search, and the way we're going to approach this is this search-driven media company where, like in a lot of Google search, it's essentially people have a problem and they're looking for a solution. So they're actively, the intent behind what they're looking for is there, which is why I love SEO as a channel for affiliate marketing. I did start off running ads, but I didn't really like the industry that much, and I found that SEO felt more aligned with my own values, and I just love the aspect of this intent-based way of people discovering you. When you run, say, ads on Instagram or whatever, someone's not really on Instagram like looking for anything, and social media in general. Like people just want to feed their dopamine brain when they're on Instagram or they're on TikTok or whatever. They're not really looking for a specific product. And if they kind of are, like the only stuff that's going to work really well on there is like if you're having e-commerce stores, like all those drop shipping stores that are like selling these products that are very much like, it's like an impulsive buy. And so we don't want that. We don't want people to be impulsive when they're buying from us. Maybe we do, but I think the big affiliate commissions come when we can actually help somebody confirm that decision that, yes, this is the right purchasing decision, and build that brand trust with them. And so social media, you're kind of disrupting someone's experience with an ad, whereas SEO, when someone's Googling something, they're actually seeking you out and they're looking for you, which is why I think this is just such an important thing to think about, because people want to hear from you. Like they are thirsty for knowledge and information, and there's not a lot of good information out there. Even when it comes to SEO, people are using ChatGPT to spin up articles and just AI slop. People want information from people who have been there, done that. And we're going to get into this right now in the next section when I go to my iPad, what I mean by this. But people want to hear from you. And I hope that starts to really like internalize and marinate in your mind that people are looking for you and they want to find you. And so I think SEO is the best way to do that. Okay, now I'm going to go over to the iPad where essentially I have this entire course that we're going to go over. I'm going to go over all the different topics first, just to get a high-level bird's eye view of what we're going to talk about, and then we'll go into each one more in depth and actually go through the steps. So, excuse my handwriting, but the first part of what we're going to be talking about, and I think what you need to really think about, is your niche or your idea. Now, this one's pretty self-explanatory. A lot of times, knowing what the right thing to work on is the most important thing. And what determines your earning potential and your excitement to actually work on something is all in this first step. I argue this is like the most important thing out of anything we're going to do. Obviously, there's a lot of important things, but the idea and the niche that you go after is the most important thing. Now, how do you actually find that? And let's do it together. So the first thing is, your niche is your passion. No, absolutely not. Your niche is your curiosity. Your niche is what you're curious about. The things that you're curious about naturally end up turning into your passion. For example, you go to college, right? Or maybe you didn't. Doesn't matter if you did or not. I'm just using this as an example. But somebody goes to college and they get a degree in whatever it may be because they're curious in that thing. Maybe you go and you get a degree in psychology because you're curious about psychology. As you start working in psychology, maybe it develops and then it becomes your passion, and potentially it becomes your passion. Now, when you're in college, you don't really know first what your passion is, so you can't say I'm passionate about psychology. You're just curious about it. And so I think curiosity leads to passion. So when you hear terms like follow your passions, what I think people are actually trying to say is follow your curiosity. And so think about, what are you curious? And how do you know what you're curious about? Well, to me, it's about, what do you search about the most? Okay. Think about the things that you search about in your daily life. It could be things around health or fitness, or even things more recently. It could be around like a specific hobby that you've recently found. I'm foreshadowing something that's behind me too that we're going to talk about in a sec. But think about, what are the things that you're searching for the most, that you're generally trying to find answers to? Because chances are, if you're seeking something out, there's other people just like you that are interested in the exact same thing, and they're seeking it out as well. Especially if you're searching for stuff and there's information about it online, 100% know that there's other people just like you that are looking for that information and are craving that information. Okay. But obviously searching for something isn't just it. Sometimes you search for, solutions to problems in Google, but you don't necessarily buy anything. And affiliate commissions, they're made when somebody purchases something through your link, right? So there has to be this transfer of money that occurs. And really what you need to actually dive even deeper into is, where are you spending money? Look at yourself. Where are you personally spending money the most? And maybe even tie this to hobbies. Like for me, I spend a lot of my money on marketing software. I love marketing, and I spend a lot of money on marketing software. This is why I eventually ended up starting Marketer Milk, because I love marketing. It was my curiosity. I didn't study marketing in college. I actually studied to become a mechanical engineer, and that's what I got my degree in, but I never actually used my degree because I got super curious about marketing, which then led me down a rabbit hole of starting my own affiliate marketing stuff when I was in college, and originally this YouTube channel, and getting really good at affiliate marketing, and then deciding I wanted to actually work in tech and experience that world, and moving to San Francisco and working in tech, and eventually leading SEO at a huge company, or it was a startup that became a multi-billion-dollar company. And so that all started off with me being very curious about that stuff. And also I spent a lot of money on courses in marketing. I spent a lot of money on software and marketing. I spent a lot of money on website builders and domains and all that kind of stuff. And so it was a no-brainer for me that I wanted to start a media company about marketing. Now, if I didn't have Marketer Milk, what am I personally spending money on today? I'm about to tell you when we actually go through this section more in depth after all this, but start thinking about, what are you spending the most money on? It could be as far as saying, I'm spending money on protein powder. I'm spending money on a lot of books. I'm spending money on lamps. I'm spending money on posters. Where are you just spending your money? And just think about that. Also, what you want to think about is, where do you have life experience? Where do you actually have experience doing certain things? Going back into the marketing example, I have life experience. I have almost a decade, if not more than a decade, of experience building businesses, working for companies, consulting with companies, starting an agency, working as a freelancer, starting media companies, working in marketing and tech, I've built that life experience. I would not be able to make this video in the way that I'm making it today with the stuff I'm talking about and about to talk about more in this video had I not had this 10 years of experience, or else I would just be spewing BS out of my mouth, which is something I never want to do, and I don't recommend anybody ever do that. So start with your life experience. This is also going to help you a lot if you suffer from imposter syndrome, which is something I used to suffer with, but I've gotten better over the years as I've developed more life experience. So the life experience is actually going to be how you're going to set yourself apart from other affiliates and other media companies, and it's actually going to be your competitive edge. So don't miss out on that. Don't promote products or be in a niche that you actually don't live in and don't live and breathe in. The more life experience you have in this, the further along you're going to go, and you're going to actually beat everybody in that industry. And the two last questions with this niche, you can get a lot of this right, but what really also matters is, are there at least 1 million people interested in this? And I'm going to show you how to do this, but you want to figure out, are there actually 1 million plus people that are interested in what I want to talk about, or in this industry, or in these products? And with that, can it make at least $1 million a year? Again, like I said, this affiliate stuff is just a transfer of money that's occurring, and you're trying to insert yourself into that conversation from a buyer and a supplier, and you're trying to be the middle person in between. So you need to know, can it make at least $1 million a year? And I'll show you how we're going to figure that out as well. Okay, then once we go over the niche part, which we'll find our niche, we're going to go over your platforms, or our platforms essentially. And this comes down to a thing I like to call owned media. I didn't make it up. It's existed in the marketing world. But with owned media, these are the platforms that you own and control. And so this is going to be your website, and more specifically, an SEO optimized website. That's super key. This is going to be things like your email list. So remember how I said you're essentially the middle person giving customers to other businesses. Well, every business, the main advantage they have, or the main asset they have, is data. And by data, I mean like customer data. So say, for example, of the blue light blocking sunglasses, whatever this company is, say it's bluelightblocking.com. Bluelightblocking.com, all the customers we send them, they're the ones that have the email addresses. They're the ones that have all the customer data. They're the ones that can then go out and retarget those existing customers. They can email them with upsells. They can make more money off of those people for months and years to come. Meanwhile, us as an affiliate, we don't know any of that information. Sometimes affiliate networks will give you the email addresses of people you refer, but you're not really supposed to legally talk or email those people any offers. So you have to really be careful with that. Also, we're not creating a customer list or any data. We're just giving that data away. And so we're a business, and we need to create an email list, because that is going to be our source of data, where if you build an email list around your niche, it's going to be your way to talk to your people on your email list and build more trust. It's a way to promote your content. It's a way to promote other affiliate products that you're promoting. Heck, it's a way to do sponsorships in your email list. If you run a newsletter, it's a way to create your own products and sell your own products. If one day you decide to sell your media company, which is why I really believe in creating a brand that we're going to create, and not really using a personal brand. I think it's a little overrated nowadays to use your name, your first and last name as your brand. Create a real brand that people are going to be into, because then you can actually remove yourself from that brand if a buyer comes in one day and wants to purchase the media company from you. And so if that ever happens down the line, they're going to look at your email list, because that is where that's most of your asset, is your email list and your SEO optimized website. And on top of that, you can also have YouTube and your social media profiles, which you don't have to initially go and create content on those, but it's good that you actually have those accounts and they all in their bio link to your website. So really, it's all about building a brand here, which we're going to do. And we're going to talk about how to find design inspiration. We're going to use Figma to help us create our design inspiration. We're not going to use Canva, although you could, but Canva's kind of, how do I be nice? It's for beginners, and maybe you want to use it, but I really think that you should try to go pro as fast as possible. And so we're going to use Figma. It's not hard to use, but it's a professional tool. And I think you're a professional person, right? So treat yourself that way. Then we're going to talk about website. We're going to do our design and development, and I'm going to build a website, and together we're going to build it in Webflow. Now, a few caveats. I know pretty much every YouTube video or every blog post on affiliate marketing is going to tell you to use WordPress. And I might be calling some people out here, but WordPress is really outdated. And a lot of times people keep promoting WordPress because their hosting programs, and I'm not going to name any of them, but the hosting programs pay a lot of commissions. And a lot of times they approach people that make that kind of content and pay them a lot of money. I know because I've been approached by them. But no matter the dollar amount, I don't promote products that I don't actually use myself. And so I truly believe the best website builder for SEO is Webflow. And a caveat, I used to lead SEO at Webflow, and I just want to say that. But I used Webflow before I even joined them as an employee. I no longer work there. It's been 3 years now that I'm not at Webflow, and I left to scalemarketermilk.com, which is all built in Webflow. And I truly believe it is the best platform for SEO. My opinion, but anecdotally, I've also seen that to be true. And again, I think it's the best one for longevity and just being able to create landing pages really fast and having total custom design freedom. It's like if WordPress and Photoshop had a baby, that's Webflow. And then through here, we're going to talk about like website templates. So you can use website templates. I'm also going to show you how to like think about Webflow in general if you want to go and build websites from scratch. For example, marketermilk.com, the entire website I built from scratch in Webflow from a blank canvas. I didn't use a template, but I also have used Webflow templates for a media company website that I literally only wrote like 8 blog posts on it, and it gets like over 10,000 visitors a month, which is insane to me. And I use a Webflow template for that one. Or we can also use Reloom, which we'll touch briefly on, but that's a little bit more advanced. It's just like a framework for Webflow. For email, we're going to talk about using Beehive for our newsletter. And our email list. And then for social, again, not needed at first, but there's things like X, Twitter, or LinkedIn. These are really great if you're in like a business niche. Pinterest, really good if you're in like home and decor and very visual things. YouTube, great for all of them. Reddit, great for all of them. Niche specific. There's some niche specific social media sites potentially in your niche, depending on what it is, but not too much that you need to think about there. I just want to include it. Next, we're going to talk about products. So this part is going to go over our affiliate program selection. So how do you actually go and find affiliate programs and the mindset actually that you should be thinking about that I don't see a lot of people talking about. We're going to go over that. Also, what products do people buy in your niche? This is how you're going to start thinking about your content strategy, is really what products are people buying? What's the cost? What's the frequency of that product? So cost and frequency are a big one. The more expensive something is, the higher commissions you're going to get. So it's ideally, I believe, best to create a niche around products that cost a little bit more money. For example, the blue light blocking sunglasses example is actually not, it could work, but it's not something I would go after because it is a very cheap product. Something I would go after is probably things like electronics or hobbies that cost a lot of money, which can be, more competitive. Electronics can be very competitive, but the other hobbies that are, there's actually 2 I'm going to show in this video that I have that I'm going to think about which ones to actually go after that are pretty expensive hobbies. So the cost is one. Then the frequency. How often do people in this niche purchase these products? Is it something like, a laptop where you purchase maybe once every 3 to 5 years, if that, which is a pretty low frequency? Or is it something like toilet paper where you might be purchasing on the weekly or on the monthly basis? So the more frequent something is, the more likely someone is going to repeat the purchase. So potential more affiliate commissions in that space. And then really these two, what it's going to come down to is, are the products you're promoting a vitamin or a painkiller? And this one's going to be huge. I'm going to show you a real example of what I mean by this. But a vitamin, essentially, this is kind of a phrase, vitamin versus painkiller, used a lot in Silicon Valley and in tech, and how people think about building products. A vitamin is pretty much like a nice to have kind of thing, and a painkiller is something that you definitely need. For example, I'm just going to go through one of the examples we're going to talk about in this video, but the bike behind me. In the biking niche, a vitamin might be something like those gels. If you ever seen, I have some somewhere. Actually, let me go grab it real quick. All right, I'm back. So in the biking niche, these gels are, if we can get it, these gels are essentially like packets where you eat these when you're on long rides to help fuel you. A lot of like marathon runners and people also use these. So this, I believe, is a vitamin product. I can go out and just have a solid meal before my bike ride. I can buy granola bars. This is just a nice to have. It's not going to essentially like make or break my rides. Now, a painkiller is something like a helmet. I'm back again. And my glasses are on here, but a helmet is a painkiller. I need this thing. It is even my bike. My bike is a painkiller. I need the bike to even do this thing. I cannot live without this thing. One can argue it might be a vitamin, but to me, it's a painkiller because it's dangerous. Helmets have saved my life in the past. I've gotten in a really bad accident before and destroyed my leg and hit my head on the ground. So that is a painkiller to me. So think about those in your niche as well. Don't worry, we're going to go over that again. And you really want to basically join affiliate programs that have your selected products, your painkillers that you want to promote. And if the products you want to promote don't have affiliate programs, you can always reach out to the brands and do deals with them exclusively. You can look up the brands on LinkedIn. You can figure out who runs either the CEO, or you can figure out who runs the marketing or partnerships department or whatever, and reach out to them and see if they're willing to do deals with you. And again, that's why you have a website, and we're going to build a real brand, because then that builds the credibility for people to actually take you seriously. The next part is content strategy. So once we know our niche, and then we have our brand built, and we know what products we want to go after, then we can create our content strategy. And this is the most important section, essentially, besides the niche and the idea, because this is what's going to determine if you're actually going to make commissions or not, if you're going to get traffic or not to your website. I'm going to show you how to think about content strategy. This is literally what I do for a living. So through my agency, I do this for companies. So I'm going to basically be teaching. I did mention I'm not pitching a course in this. I don't have an affiliate marketing course, but I do have a content marketing course for software and media companies. And this is essentially what I teach there, but it's also what I do for agencies. So if companies want me to actually do it for them, they use my services. If they have teams that can actually execute on it, they take the course, which is also a great way to monetize the media company outside of just affiliate commissions, which we'll talk about. I'm jumping the gun here, but giving you everything and throwing it at you, and then we're going to go over each one. How to create a content strategy, APTK framework. This is something that I debated on even mentioning in this video because it is in my paid programs and it's what I do with my clients. And it's essentially something I've developed over the past 6 or 7 years, especially when I worked in San Francisco in tech, and then also how I grew the Marketer Mook website. And I'm going to tell you what it stands for when we get into this section pretty soon, but this is how you basically create content that drives commissions and brings traffic to your website. And it's based off of, this is an acronym. if you can't already tell. Marketers love acronyms. So the concepts in here I didn't really make up. They've always existed. But this acronym and the order of thinking is something I just sort of intuitively developed throughout the years of just building the life experience. And so this in itself is, gosh, I would say this is like worth at least, I mean, I charge clients like $10K a month for this information. So the fact that I'm giving away in this video for free makes me a little bit nervous, but whatever. We're going to give it away. From that framework, we then create a top of funnel, TOF, MOF, middle of funnel, or BOF, bottom of funnel content calendar, so we can actually create content. And in this video, we're going to create 5 blog posts based off that content calendar. I think that's a great number to start off in your first month. I mean, if you could do it in your first week, that's pretty awesome, but no pressure on yourself. In your first month, if you can get 5 blog posts based off of this, which then comes from this, then that would be amazing, huge win for yourself. Yeah. Random comment, but like a lot of marketers put a U after these. I don't understand it. This is top of funnel. I don't know why funnel has 2 letters, but anyways, tangent. The 5th part, we're going to go over creation, which is going to be essentially blog posts. I'm going to show you how to create content outlines, so how to think about writing blog posts for SEO, and then we're going to use a couple tools to help us with this. Surfer SEO is a great one if you have the budget. If you want something more budget friendly, that's not as expensive, but can get pretty much 90% of the work done. Frase, again, all the links to everything will be in the show notes. I also have them in the description. There's affiliate links in the description. So this course is for free, but if you want to support it in any way, you can use the links below. If you don't, then that's totally fine too. But if you want to support, please use the links below if you want. Also, we're going to go over how to write articles, so how to actually rank them in Google. If you actually look up in Google SEO blog writing, the first article that comes up is an article that I wrote that is going to go over this section. I also have a YouTube video, might be showing up right now at the top, that goes over this section in depth. So we're going to go over kind of like a quick rapid fire recap in this video on how to do that, because I do have a blog post and a video on it. But just to show you that I know what I'm talking about, like if you look up SEO blog writing, you can see my article comes up. So I am walking the walk, talking the talk. And I don't mean to say that from a place of ego. I know it sounds like that. I'm just trying to say it from a place of like credibility and that like I'm not trying to be a grifter guru person. Unfortunately in marketing, there's a lot of like scammy stuff going on, and it sucks. And I want to be the person that is not that and change that sentiment. Anyways, I'm also a rambler if you can't tell. And this section we're also going to go over including our affiliate links and CTAs, and I'm going to show you a really cool way on how you can actually create amazing CTAs and like those comparison tables and all that using AI. And lastly, we're going to go over publishing and analytics. So we're going to go over post-publishing checklists and everything you need to be doing when you're publishing. This is something a lot of people just skip over, which is insane to me, because this you can really, really mess this part up, and all the work you just did in writing your blog posts, you're going to screw it up and not maximize its ranking potential to get traffic. So this is going to be huge. Then I'm going to talk about setting up Google Analytics and Bing, Webmaster Tools. This part is pretty self-explanatory. There's a lot of tutorials on how to do this. So I'm not going to go too in-depth in it. I'm just going to kind of go over some of the essentials there. And then we're going to talk briefly about graduating past just affiliate marketing, because affiliate marketing is the beginning goal, but it's not the end goal. The end goal is to build something that lasts 10 plus years and is something that can make us a lot of money and really change our lives and the lives of the people around us. Okay, now let's go over back to the beginning and find our niche. Okay, so back to the slides. This, essentially the iPad stuff we went over, that was the syllabus. So this will be all in the slides if you want to download them. First link in the description. It will take you to the Marketer Milk website. All you have to do is just sign up for the newsletter. It's completely free. thousands of marketers get the newsletter. It's curated content from all around the web. It's an insight from myself. It's a bunch of different cool stuff, like cool ads I've seen in New York or from people that have sent me the ads. It's also just a lot of really cool people in tech are subscribed to the newsletter, and I'm sure you're going to love it. But if you want to get all the show notes and everything, subscribe to the newsletter with the link in the description. It has to be the link in the description because there is like a UTM tag that's on that link. And if you subscribe with that, it will then automatically send you the show notes through an email. So it just has to be through that link. Okay, anyways. Phase one that we're going over is the niche. So let's find a niche for ourselves. Again, I mentioned it's based off of your curiosity. So things that a lot of this is going to be about me now. Sorry. But I really want you to think about yourself through this process. It's just giving you an example live. So the things that I'm curious about are marketing, music. I have a vinyl player, DJ. I have a bunch of DJ equipment that is not in the frame right now. I'm really into cycling as of like 9 months ago. Fitness and health have always been very mindful of that. Now, marketing is probably the one that I'm most passionate about. I already have a media company based off of that, Marketer Mode, which is why I do it. So I'm kind of living, breathing proof of this stuff. But the two other things that if I didn't have Marketer Milk as my main focus, there's actually, and somebody told me today, you have to start and redo this all the way from scratch, and it can't be Marketer Milk or anything about marketing. I'd be picking between two big things, DJing and cycling. Now, they're both things I've been searching a lot. More recently has been cycling, I would say, in the past year, 9 months. DJing has been something I've been doing for many years now. How long? Maybe 8 years? But cycling has been like just under a year. Both of them can be very expensive. My DJ equipment is like $3,000, maybe even a little bit more. My bike right there was $3,000, believe it or not, which is actually, that is like an entry level cycling bike. Some of them go up to like $10,000. The one I really want is like around that price point. So yeah, not cheap hobbies, but remember, we're looking for things that we search a lot, things that we buy that means that we value, and also that maybe aren't the cheapest things out there either. So DJing equipment, I really value that. I'll buy the good stuff. I didn't start buying the good stuff, but now I do. Cycling, I tend to try to buy the good stuff. I got into it buying one of the best entry-level bikes. So for me, coming up with figuring out DJing or cycling, I actually am going to go with cycling. And it's mostly because of a few different factors. The first one being it's something that's more recent that I'm very curious about, that I'm still learning. But I feel like somebody who wants to get into cycling, I can kind of help guide them a little bit. And I think that's like a really good level to start something at. A lot of times when you're really, really good at something, it's hard to have a beginner's mindset with it. And I'm starting to get this with marketing. Not saying I'm the best marketer out there. I'm far from it. But I sometimes will say things to people that are like, I guess, go over people's heads. I had somebody in my newsletter recently get mad at me for writing an acronym and not saying what the acronym was about. Pretty crazy thing to get mad about, but I guess I just overlooked that part because I made an assumption that my readers know what that means, and so that's kind of what I mean. If it's something that's more closer within the past year or two that you've been really diving into, I think that's a clear sign that might be a good option. Also, both DJing and cycling require a lot of money. DJing definitely has a very much lower barrier to entry than like professional cycling does. And the reason why I'm also choosing cycling is because a little bit of that, there's just a higher barrier to entry financially to get into it. And then the people in that space tend to have more disposable income. I don't want to say people that are into cycling are rich, and I don't want to say that I'm rich in any way, but what I've noticed is people that can, spend $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 on a bike tend to make a decent amount of money where they have that disposable income. And so there's just a lot more purchasing power in that space. So to me, cycling versus DJing, I'm leaning towards cycling, but also there's other things that we want to reconfirm with that decision, which I'm going to talk about. So you can, I'm pretty sure that you have one or two at least things in your mind already about what you could go after, but you want to figure out which one to actually prioritize. So I'm kind of just talking out loud here to show you my own thought process and also show you why cycling I think is a valid idea, because we're going to validate it. Like I said, a lot of the accessories and stuff in cycling are really expensive. This helmet was like $150 or something for a helmet, which is pretty wild. But, again, not a cheap sport. Also, are there websites with 1 million plus visitors a month? I mentioned that you want to find people that are there at least 1 million people in this space? And it's hard to really be able to tell that. But one way is, can you figure out if there's 100 or if there's 1 million people visiting a website within that niche? So to save time, I've actually came up with a couple of different websites. I would say find at least 3 websites that you can look at. But the first one is Bicycle. Okay, so Bicycle is essentially a marketplace for purchasing bikes, like used bikes, buying and selling used bikes, and some other things. As you can see, people can bid on them. It's like the eBay of bikes. And one way to figure out if, there's enough people in this niche, well, obviously there's a dedicated marketplace to this. That's already a good sign. But one thing you can do is download the Chrome extension SimilarWeb. It's free. And I recommend every marketer download this. It's completely free, like I said. It's one of my favorite tools, and it's great for analyzing, how other websites are doing. So, for example, when I look at SimilarWeb, I can see that they actually monthly visitors is 2.9 million monthly visitors. Is that over 1 million? Yes, it's 3 times as much as that. So that's a great sign. Bicycle, over 1 million visitors a month. I can also kind of go through and be like, this gives me ideas. Like maybe I can have my media company talk about and review bikes. And so I can see there's even in their footer is usually where you'll find a lot of things related to their affiliate or partner stuff. There's like Bicycle partners. Maybe I build a media company so big it can become a Bicycle competitor. Again, I'm thinking very big, but I think this is kind of how you want to think, is just think very big as you can outside of just affiliate marketing. You're going to build a media company, which brings in so much attention that you can monetize that attention in many different ways. You can create events, you can create products, so much you can do. But media, I think, is the most valuable thing in today's marketing world, or in general, and it's going to actually grow in value with so much AI content. And because the barrier to entry to creating products is getting lower and lower and lower, attention is getting harder and harder and harder. So if you can build a media company, you win in the long run. Anyways, more rambling. But yeah, you can become a commercial dealer. There's partners. There's other stuff. I'm not going to get too deep into it. But Bicycle, 2.9 million monthly visitors. Great sign, but we need to validate some more. So let's look at some other ones. Okay, another website is Bike Radar. And as you can see, they actually are like a media site for bikes. So it could be a decent competitor in this space. We can see they have things from Women's Bike Sizing Guide and all this. And these are like really good signs. They're also monetizing probably through affiliates, but also you can see display ads, so another form of monetization. If I go to the SimilarWeb, 3.2 million. Wow, that's actually even more than Bicycle. So yeah, we can see that it's actually good, and it's actually rising too. My guess for that is the weather's getting warmer, and so people are looking to bike. So this niche actually might be a little bit seasonal too, but even if we're going to talk about winter stuff, I've even Googled like how to ride my bike in the New York City wintertime because it's damn near impossible. So I know there's just lots of content that we can create around this stuff. Let's look at another site. Now, my bike behind me is actually, it's called a Specialized Roubaix by the company Specialized. And so I'm just going to check their website. Let's see. Wow, they're at 4.4 million, even more. We're just getting progressively more. So yes, this validates that this is probably a good niche because there's a lot of people in this space. The actual website to buy bikes has 4.4 million monthly visitors, and that should be a huge sign. As you can see, a lot of it comes from the US, UK, Germany, Canada, good places with good purchasing power. So this validates a lot of this niche. We can also see if I scroll down that there is a specialized affiliate program. So that's probably one that we're going to end up signing up for, or I'll end up signing up for. So yeah, this is just really good validation that, this kind of stuff is a good niche to get into. And look at these prices. I told you this niche is not cheap. Okay, the next thing is, can it make $1 million a year? Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because we can't tell. Like, maybe we can look at like some companies in our space. If you look at like earnings reports, if they have that data anywhere, or potential, revenue numbers anywhere, we can try. So if I look up specialized bike revenue, we can see it says revenue 500 million estimated in 2011. I don't know how accurate that is, but one good sign of this too is to figure out in Google Ads, what is the value of the traffic? So I'm using a tool called Ahrefs right now. It's just like a keyword research tool. When we go into the content strategy section, I will recommend a different keyword research tool called KeySearch, also in the description. It is like a fraction of the cost, but Ahrefs is also a great tool if you have the money for it. And I'm just going to be using Ahrefs to validate the traffic value. So for example, if I look up buy cycle, we can see that while in SEMrush it showed the total traffic, Ahrefs is showing just the SEO traffic. So here we can see 450 visitors a month. We can even look at like the past dates that it's just been steadily growing, actually growing a lot, almost 2xing since the start of this year, which is insane. And we can see that the value here, all these numbers are based off a monthly basis. So 450K visitors per month. And we can see the value is around 80K, 81K, give or take, per month. What that value means is that in order to get the amount of traffic and get the same amount of traffic, like the amount of keywords that BuyCycle was ranking for, if we actually go to their top pages, we can see, well, BuyCycle is just a huge brand, so most of it's coming from branded search. But if we look up their non-branded search term, which is probably the most valuable one, used road bikes, they rank number 1 for. Just to rank for the keyword used road bikes, number 1 costs 1.1K per month. So that's how that number is basically calculated. Look, used bikes rank number 1, costs 3.3K. If you were to try to bid on the keyword used bikes, you'd have to, and rank and get this same amount of traffic, you would have to spend 3.3K per month, which you might think is a lot. It was actually, to me, that's surprisingly not a lot. In the software and like B2B, like business to business niche, you can see some keywords being as far as like 70K per month, which is insane. But all of these add up essentially, and it leads to this number where if you wanted to get all the traffic, it would cost $81,000 per month on Google Ads to get that traffic. Now, our thing was you have to be making $1 million a year. So 1 million would be 88K. So we'll just say it's just under 1 million a year of ad spend to get their traffic. So chances are that there's probably at least $1 million worth of value within this niche. Again, I know it's like not the most accurate way to look at things, but it is just a general representation of how you can go about it when you don't really have financial data. You just look at like, what is the value of that traffic and how are people valuing it? Because chances are the money to be made is actually worth more than that value number, a lot more. And so just the fact that the lowest is that 80K a month means that there's a good chance it's well over $1 million in this niche. Let's look at it for some other ones. So if we look at specialized, we can see they're at 1.9 million monthly visitors just from SEO, and their value is $421,000 per month. So yeah, 2.5 months in, it's well over $1 million. 100% specialized, of course, makes over $1 million a year. That one Google search showed us 500 million in 2011, which I don't know how accurate that is, but if that's actually true, it's probably more, more than a decade later. So 100%, $1 million a month. Now let's look at that media site, Bike Radar. As you can see, they are at 371K per month. And we can see the value of theirs is 92K. So yeah, 92K a month times over a year, it's well over $1 million. And so just the fact that this media company is driving this much value, clear sign that there's probably a lot of potential in this niche. Okay, so now we know we validated the niche. The niche we're going in this video is cycling. It's going to be all things about cycling. We're going to be, reviewing bikes, reviewing accessories within this niche, because that's where a lot of the affiliate commissions come in. We need a lot of informational content too. We don't want to just create content around products and transactional things. You want to have, conventional wisdom says, have 70% informational and 30% transactional. So 30% of our content should be around product reviews and all that kind of stuff, but 70% of it should be around guides and resources and how-to stuff that we're not necessarily trying to purchase anything or trying to get someone to purchase something or sell some. We're not selling something. And so I think that you can actually maybe do a 50-50 or a 60-40 split, but we'll stick with that conventional wisdom. And so now we need to figure out our brand and our platforms. So again, I mentioned Webflow is the website builder I recommend everyone go into for SEO. You won't see a lot of people or YouTubers recommending that. I have yet to see one. So it might sound like you should go with WordPress, but honestly, I really recommend Webflow, and I'm not just saying that because I worked there. If I wanted to make the most money out of this video, I would recommend WordPress, and I would recommend some hosting platform that pays me a lot of money. Webflow, while I would love for you to use my affiliate link for the Webflow, you don't have to. It doesn't make a lot of money. Although I am a pretty big affiliate for Webflow through my blog articles. It's just, I think, the best for let me explain why Webflow. It's secure, so you don't have to constantly update it or have a bunch of plugins installed just to do things like SEO and website builders and all that, which can create vulnerabilities for your website for hackers. So if you're not a very technical person and you're not really up to date with wanting to update your plugins and your WordPress site, I recommend Webflow. It's very secure. It's super fast hosting that's built into the platform. It's the same hosting, customers of Webflow are New York Times and MTV and so many Dell, so many huge companies use Webflow, and their website's hosting is the same hosting that you're going to get on your Webflow site. So it's super, super fast and secure. The hosting is built on AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. So it's super fast. A lot of huge sites that you know of or probably visit on a daily basis are on AWS as well. Also, we can build any custom website from it. And I think that design wise, and I think it's a professional tool. So I think it's going to make you a better marketer long term if you can really understand how to use professional tools. And again, it's the best website builder for SEO, in my opinion. The email marketing platform we're going to use is Beehive. It's my favorite email marketing platform because you can use it for your newsletters. You can also use it for email marketing and setting up automations and stuff for your audience. For example, remember I mentioned show notes. All this stuff is the first link in the description. If you go through that, there's an automation that automatically will send you the show notes through an email, and that's all done with Beehive. There's also a super generous free account you can make. So I forget, it might be the first 2,000 subscribers that you have. It's completely free to use the platform. So I highly recommend getting on Beehive so you can actually collect emails as your content starts to rank and and people start landing on your website. Again, I would love for you to use my affiliate link. If you don't, that's fine. But if you do use the Beehive affiliate link, it will give you 20% off of your paid plan when it comes time to actually wanting to upgrade. You'll get 20% off if you use that link. Now, let's go out and build our brand. And I put a link of a handful of websites over here that we can look at, like Visual Journal or Typographic Posters. These are great for just finding brand colors you can use. There's also Type Wolf if you want to go and look at different like combinations of fonts for your website. And also you can Google like free fonts, make sure they're for commercial use and you can actually use them. Otherwise, there's a lot of sites where you can purchase license for fonts that you like, which you can probably find through Typewolf, or you can check out like Dirty Line Studios has a bunch of cool little free fonts that you can check out. So yeah, there's a lot of sites where you can find brand inspiration. I think you're going to start an affiliate marketing business, yes, to make money, but really you want it to like feed your soul. And what I mean by that is you want to help people and you want to create content around things you believe in and you love and you like, which is why we've spent so much time so far talking about the niche and idea. And I know a lot of people are skipping over it. If you're actually listening to this part, it means that you actually care about, creating a real business that you want to work on. If you just skip over the niche stuff and go straight for the money, I'm just speaking from life experience, you're going to give up. You're going to quit. You're not going to make it. Like it's tough to like want to keep going unless you're having fun. And this is why I think when you're building your brand, have fun with it and use all these different tools. All these tools that I'm mentioning, I mentioned in my newsletter. So that's why another probably reason why you should subscribe, because you'll get access to a lot of resources and tools that I come across that are cool. And I just share them to my audience for free. But what I really actually recommend is go outside. Like, you're going to be behind your computer all day doing this stuff and even watching this video, but like bookmark this video, save it. If at this point you found your idea, but you don't know the brand name, you don't know the brand colors, you don't know what it looks like, pause. You've done great so far. Go outside, grab your phone with a camera, have the camera on your phone, maybe grab a notebook and go on an adventure. If you live in the middle of nowhere, check out these websites that I've linked to. If you actually live somewhere where you can go outside and maybe you're very lucky to live near or in a big city, make it a little date for yourself to go out and go explore, like a little creative date, sometimes called an artist date, and go take pictures of things, go to stores, go to the niche that you want to go in, go actually look at products within that niche. For example, in my niche, the cycling, I went into bike stores. I went into some really fashionable bike clothing stores, like Rafa. There's this one in New York and all around the US and I think UK. Yeah, just like go around and get inspiration and figure out what are the products that you can actually promote. And also just what is the brand inspiration. So in this section, I just went out in New York and I did just that. And I took pictures, and this is how I'm going to come up with my brand. And I also need to come up with a name. So a lot of times just going to bookstores in general too, I can find ideas for maybe names I can use, or just walking around a city, just thinking of brand names. I think this is how you really set your brand apart, because everybody is using ChatGPT. Everybody's Googling, the best names for XYZ. And so you don't want to be like everybody else. You're different. Like, I don't want to say and be cheesy and say you're special, but we're all different. We all have gifts. We all have our own life experience. We all come from different backgrounds. I mean, we all bleed the same color, but we all come from different backgrounds and different upbringings, and we have our own unique insights into the world. And this is where you really bring your personality and your insights into your business. This is how you really stand out and actually build something that, the love you put in your business shows. So have fun and build a brand that you find inspiration from the world. So let me come up with a name, and then I'm actually going to go and buy the domain name, and we're going to use Namecheap to buy it. You can use, when you sign up for Webflow, you can buy a domain through them, but I just like doing it through Namecheap. I've always done Namecheap, so that's what I'm going to show. All right, so I went through a few different name iterations of what I wanted to name this brand, but before I did that, I actually went straight into ChatGPT, and I didn't use ChatGPT to figure out the name, but I want to figure out the brand identity as to why I'm creating this cycling company and make it very personable and realistically why I'm starting it. So here's what I said. I'm creating a media company about cycling. I'm going to create guides, review products, and give my audience resources on all things cycling. And then I gave it some backstory as to why I even got into cycling. I started getting into cycling because I used to run, but after a moped accident, I tore my MCL and fractured my femur, and running started to hurt my knees and joints in the following years after. Maybe I could have been more specific, but this is actually a true story. So I got into cycling and it improved my mental health, and I got the same runner's high without the joint pain. That was really why I got into cycling. It was a lot about my mental health, my ability to make these videos and, be the person I am. It's not just from cycling, but, working out and cycling was a huge part of getting me out of certain ruts in my life. So it's something I very much hold near and dear to my heart. And because I love that runner's high that you get when you're running or you're kind of doing endurance training, but running just hurt my joints and cycling doesn't. So that's kind of the why behind I actually do it. And I think understanding this is where that life experience stuff comes into play. This is where you can start to shape the narrative of your brand. And I basically said, I want to create a brand vision and mission statement for this brand. A little redundant using the word brand there, but the why behind the brand, the what, and the how. That's what we want to figure out. Can you help me? And then ChatGPT spit out some stuff on what it can do. I just used the basic free version. I'm not even logged in. I do have a premium account with ChatGPT, but I wanted to use the free version just in case you are as well, to show you how good it still can be. If we're using paid, it might give us better insights, but this is probably mostly what we're trying to get out anyways. So it said the vision statement should reflect your long-term goals, ultimate impact you want to have in the cycling community, blah, blah, blah. Since it's improved your mental health and provide a pain-free way to exercise, your vision should highlight that empowerment, health, and community. That's why I mentioned it in the prompt. So the vision is basically to inspire and empower individuals to embrace cycling as a transformative journey for physical well-being, mental clarity, and the life of freedom while creating a supportive and inclusive cycling community. Great. That's the vision for the entire brand. Now, the mission is how we actually accomplish that vision. So this is basically the what and the how of the vision. So the mission statement is at your brand name, which I'll explain what it is in a sec. We are dedicated to providing expert guides, insightful product reviews, and valuable resources that help cyclists at all levels discover the joy of cycling. We focus on delivering honest, in-depth information to support every rider in their pursuit for better health. Notice every rider, so from beginners all the way to advanced. Of course, I can't talk about the advanced stuff, but I can talk about the beginner to the lightly intermediate, and hopefully as I get more into it, I become an advanced in that process. We focus on delivering, I said that already, on mental well-being and personal growth. Through authentic storytelling, product insights, and expert advice, we aim to make cycling accessible and enjoyable for everyone. And then we can get a little bit more into the why and the how. You can kind of read this in the summary, but this is essentially, the vision is inspire people to have better mental clarity and physical well-being through cycling. And then the mission is how we accomplish that, and that's through our guides, our product reviews, and our resources for cyclists of all levels to embrace the benefits of cycling, promoting health, mental clarity, and personal growth. So because of that, now I can figure out what brand names, make the most sense. And for some reason, I don't know why, I just like alliterations. As you can see, marketer, milk, both of them start with an M. Also, I do like little tiny meanings in them. So marketer milk, I chose that name, and I created that name in a minute, or just off the top of my head when I initially made it. And really it just came from a place of you drink milk. This is going to sound cheesy. You drink milk to get strong bones and kind of fuel calcium in your body. Now, debatable on if that's true or not. We're not going to get into that. But the consensus is that, and so to me, marketer milk is where it's the milk or the juice, the beverage you drink to become a strong and knowledgeful marketer. Also, milk is an acronym, or its secret acronym for marketing is lucrative knowledge. because it is, but I kind of keep that more on the DL. That's how I chose that name. So through this cycling, I do like using the word cycle or cycling in there. I like it somewhere in the domain. It just like makes the brand right away, you know what it is. And if I talk about cycling or cycle topics, it may help rank better if the domain also has that word in it. It's not 100% true, but it can be in some cases. At least Google will know that my site is right away about cycling. So cycle is the first word, and then I'm going to create an alliteration. This is, again, all just my own style. Feel free to copy it. Feel free to create your own style. Feel free to get inspiration from other brands. But I came up with Cycle Circle and Cycle Cope. Cycle Circle is a little bit kind of weird to say, and it's also, the domain was like 10 grand. But CycleCope.com is available for the normal price. I think it's like $11 a year. And I think it makes a lot of sense because I used cycling to cope with a lot of like hard times in my life. And that's where the brand vision kind of comes into play too. That's why I showed the brand vision first. So that's the name of the brand, CycleCope.com, or just CycleCope. So let's go and buy the domain. Okay, so here we are on Namecheap, CycleCope.com. And it is available, CycleCope.com. And I'm going to add to cart. And I'm going to check out. There is an affiliate link for Namecheap, but too lazy to include it. You can go to Namecheap or just use whatever website builder you want. I really like it because they do have this like domain privacy stuff with it too. And I'm going to confirm the order. And I'm going to buy it. All right, it's processing now. Can you believe I actually bought this domain for this video? If you're made it this far so far and you're really seeing how committed I am to this, like the video and subscribe. More videos like this to come. Okay, purchased. I have to block everything out though, a lot of sensitive info. But there we go, CycleCope.com is now purchased. Now the next thing I like to do is actually go and get the email of this site. Now you can start off by whatever domain you get and like get hello at your domain name or support at your domain name. You don't need to do that right away. What I would recommend is just like go and get the Gmail version of your domain in some way or your brand name. So I did this off camera, but I already went and I got cyclecope@gmail.com, and then I made it as a business. And now it's saying to create the business profile. So that's where I decided to pause it and start recording. So we'll do CycleCope. Also, one thing to note is you want to make sure this name is not already being used. So let's actually type in CycleCope. Let's see, nothing really. CycleCope was born in, maybe that's it was a person. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a brand name for CycleCope. What I would do also at this point is go and get the Instagram handle, go and get the Twitter handle, go and get the LinkedIn, go and get the YouTube, do all of that stuff for your brand. But get the Gmail first so then you can sign up for all those accounts using the email of your brand. You also want to go to, depending on your local laws, if, for example, if you're in the US, you want to go to the trademark search. You want to go to the US Patent Office and look up, go to the trademark search system and type in your name. So I'm going to do CycleCope. And we can see there's a lot of stuff that comes up. And you just want to make sure that your name is not trademarked or anything, or there's no like business actually made under it. Really important, because if your brand grows, you don't want to get approached in any way. So talk to a legal person. Do not take any advice from this video, anything in this video at all. Entertainment purposes only, just getting that out the way, but make sure you figure out and make sure that your name is not actually being used already and you have actual legal rights to use the brand name. So now for all the website and everything that we do, I like to create Chrome profiles for different brands. This way it separates our Chrome from like our personal stuff and maybe work stuff. We can create our own dedicated business one. So you want to just sign in with your actual account. And I'm going to turn on sync. And we'll say this is blue. Done. Now we have our profile for our brand. cycle cope. Okay, first thing we want to do is our website. And now we're on Webflow. Again, if you want to use the link in the description, I would really appreciate it if you did. If you don't, it's fine as well. And Webflow, again, is our website builder. I'm not going to go too much in depth on what or why Webflow, because we've already gone over that. But I will show you, how to actually use the platform in a sec. But first, what we want to do is actually go to the resources and go to templates. And here we can browse through all of the different Webflow templates. We can also use a platform like Reloom, where we can create stuff with AI and create designs and then send them over to our Webflow website. A lot of big brands use these. I've used Reloom with certain clients that I've worked with. It is kind of more of an expensive and I would say more advanced tool. So I'm not really going to go over using Reloom, but it's great if you use Figma, which I'm going to show you in a sec, and then Webflow, or if you want to use custom React code. I may go over this in a future video on just like how to build a website from scratch, even more scratch than what I'm about to show you. But right now, I recommend just starting off with a typical Webflow template. I've used a Webflow template for many of my sites. I actually have one right now that I've written 8 blog posts on, and I published it 2 years ago and just forgot about it. And the site has consistently gotten 10,000 visitors a month, which is insane to me. And it's using a Webflow template. And I didn't even like fully edit the template to not even like look like a template, if that makes any sense, which is wild to me. It just shows the power of Webflow. But what you want to do here is just, you can search stuff or browse through and just get some more design inspiration. But what I'm going to do is go to blog and editorial. And here we can pick from any site or design that we see. As you can see, there's tons of different things that we can, options that we have from here. We can preview in browser or preview in Webflow. So if I actually hit preview in Webflow, it's going to show me an example of what the Webflow interface looks like with this template. And as you can see, this is the Webflow interface. We have this right here is our design option. So here we can add pages or add elements onto a page. As you can see, these are all elements. We can open up this navigator, which shows us all the different sections of our website. Now, this is all based off of actual HTML and CSS and JavaScript and how the internet actually works in the web. So when you're building in Webflow, you're actually building how real custom websites are built. For example, like how the apple.com website is built, or any real like huge company site that's built on with custom code. This is how like you build them through Webflow as well. It's the same principles. So you have like a section. In that section, there's a container. In that container, there's this section, which is the hero title box. You can change the text. I'm not going to go too in depth on full Webflow 101. There is Webflow University if you want to check it out. They have really cool information there. You can also YouTube search things about Webflow website building. But if you're using a template, which we're going to use in this video, I'm going to show you how to edit the template. And so it's going to be super simple. And then there's also other things too, like up here is our CMS. This is where our blog posts are. So as you can see, the templates are usually pre-filled with certain blog posts. That's the CMS. And then there's also things like insights and analytics if you end up paying for an extra plan. But here we can just integrate with Google Analytics and it'll be good enough and it'll be free when we do it that way. And this preview button, this like play button, is just previewing the site. And so this is actually a great template as is. As you can see, lots of really cool designs and options. Like this is super clean. And here we can have like our newsletter to go to our Beehive newsletter. So this is like a super clean design. And you can test it on different screen sizes. So if someone looks at it on a tablet, this is how it looks like. If somebody looks at it on a mobile device, like their iPhone, and they flip it horizontal, it'll look like this as they scroll through. Or if they just have it in regular mobile mode, it'll look like this. And here we can kind of drag it out. As you can see, the different styles. So an iPhone 13 mini, 12 mini, Galaxy is at this level. This is like the different iPhones, iPhone or the Pixel phone, the iPhone 11, the iPhone 12, 13 Pro Max, different breakpoints is what these are called for different phone sizes. Here they even have a Nintendo, this thin one. So really cool. Now, what I'm going to do actually for this website, and just for the sake of this video, also you can actually click on browser and you can see what it looks like in its final form. This is a really cool template. I wouldn't mind going with this one, but because it's just a YouTube video and I've already purchased a domain and I'm about to purchase Webflow hosting, I'm going to go with a free Webflow template. So what I can do here is I can actually click on price low to high, and I can now see all the free templates that we can choose from. So I went through the free templates, and this one, Writology X, seems like a pretty good option. As you can see, it looks pretty clean on the article page and even the home page. And now what I'm going to do is actually just keep this in mind, and I'm going to go to Get Started, and I'm going to sign in with Google, sign in with our account that we just made. The name, I'm going to keep it at that. I'm going to say, I'm just going to keep it for myself for now. I am not a student. Miss those days, kind of. We'll say this is a blog or business website. We'll call it a blog. Actually, no, we're a business. Are you interested in hiring somebody? No, I don't need to stay updated. And now we can start from a blank site. We can do a tutorial, which is going to guide us through how to use Webflow. But I'm going to go to template, and what I am going to do is I had in mind that Writology X template. So if I can go to category and blog, and I'm going to do free. And it was this option right here, Writology X. I'm going to hit select. And I'm just going to call this Cycle Cope. Something's happening. And boom, there we go. That took a second. But now we have our template. So we can go through this whole checklist. So create a site, change colors and fonts. So it gives us a nice little tutorial on how to do that. So in Webflow, essentially, everything on the right side is the design, which is CSS. When you hear HTML and CSS, CSS is the styling of a website, and the HTML, which is everything on the left panel here. So we have our pages. This is all imported from our template. We have within our page, we have all these HTML elements. We can even add new HTML elements to a page by just dragging and dropping them onto the canvas. And HTML is basically just the elements of a page. CSS is how those elements look and the design of that page. So in this case, our template is pretty much set, but let me show you, our brand colors based off of the inspiration that I got earlier showing me going around in New York City. So for this, we're going to go to figma.com, and I'm going to create an account. I'm just going to hit get started for free. We'll continue with Google, use our same account. And Figma is just like a design tool. Think like a modern version of Photoshop, but not really. Like, you can do some Photoshop things in Figma, but it's mostly for design and branding. And yeah, you can also use Canva, but I like to use Figma. Let's see, I think it'll just auto-populate with that word, so we'll just go there. Psychocope, we're going to say this is for work. What do you do for work? We'll say marketing. Company. Our company, because we're business people, but it's just me. Anyone else joining? Nope. Let's just skip that. Have you used Figma before? I have, but I'm just going to say no, just to see what happens. And we can start off with the starter plan. It's free. And let's do design with Figma, and we're just going to finish. Okay, so it can tell us, what do you want to do? Do you want to design a website? And as you can see, it'll give us wireframes for websites we design. If you design a website in here, you can then use Reloom to send those website designs to Webflow, which is like what we talked about, or the reloom thing that I mentioned earlier, but it's a little bit too much. It might go like, I know if I was just starting out and somebody started showing me this stuff, it would go like 10 feet over my head. So I'm not going to try to complicate things. What I'm using Figma for is like a Pinterest board, essentially, of inspiration, which I guess you can use Pinterest too, but I'm going to actually take some of the stuff that I found from my time going around New York City to get brand inspo, so I can figure out what my brand colors and what the logo and branding actually looks like for CycleCope. All right, so in Figma, as you can see, I basically went and dumped a bunch of images that I took on my little stroll out in the city to find brand inspiration. Some of them were images that I took with my iPhone. Some of them were videos I was recording and I paused on because I did like the blue and the white fonts here. I did like some of this color schemes here. That I thought there were some cool colors in here. I like this text, this logo. And what I also started doing is figuring out what I want for the typeface, which essentially means the font of this brand. Normally, I like to pick two different fonts. One is like a heading font, and then one is the text, paragraph text font. So in Figma, first off, let me show you how I even did this. You can click this little frame icon here, and you can drag in a frame. You can also click frame, and from here select like what size you want. There's just so many different things: social media, Twitter posts, Instagram posts, dimensions, all that. I just kind of threw in like a random dimension here, and then I just dragged in the images, straight drag and drop, and then here in file, you'll have your layers to the different frames. So here I can just drag in. As you can see, this is frame. I'm just going to delete this frame. But here we can see like this is not even inside this frame, but doesn't matter. And yeah, this also, as I started to do the designs, I went through Visual Journal, the thing I mentioned earlier in this video, to get more inspiration. And honestly, I found that there's more color inspiration in here. And for this one right here, I kind of like this yellow color. So I just took a screenshot of that and I dragged it over right here, as you can see. Now, I took this blue from some of the blues in here and some of the blues in here. But first what I did was I just went and I typed in CycleCope. It wasn't this original font, but here in typography, I can select different fonts. And this, if you ever see these fonts that are kind of like more, I want to say cursive-y, like designers out there are going to like really comment negative things by the way I'm talking about this, but more like fancy cursive-y stuff is called a serif font, or like a sans serif font, and then a sans is like the regular text you see like this. That's not like fancy looking. So I usually like to pair a sans serif with a serif font. Generally, like for the Marketer Milk site, I have like a serif for the heading, and then for the text, I have a sans serif. But for this site, I'm going to actually flip that. And I'm really liking this kind of instrument serif, which was already inside of Figma. As you can see, Figma already has like a bunch of different fonts that you can play around with. Ooh, that one was pretty cool. But I'm going to go and look, there's a million fonts here. Instrument serif I really like, because if you actually go to Google and you search instrument serif, it's actually Google font. So that means that we can actually use this on our website and in our Webflow site. So that's really cool. And then there's also, if say you find a font that you really like and you want to pair it with another font, what you can do is you can search instrument serif. As you can see, I already did it, and then type in font pairing, and you can find sites like this one right here that basically are pairing up instrument serif with other fonts. So in this case, there's an instrument sans font as well, which became a nice little play that comes together. Here, as you can see, this site had if we can see all the font names, we can see there's 4 different fonts being used on this entire page, which is really cool. And we can see all the fonts right here. I believe Inter is a Google font. This IBM Plex Mono, I believe, is in Figma as well. And then this Barlow might be in Figma. we can see Barlow is in there too. So all of them pretty open to use fonts. Just make sure you double check. But in this case, I'm going to use CycleCope. This as the logo for now. We can hire someone to create a logo, or you can do graphic design work. I'm not going to do all that in this video. It would just be like way too long. So I'm just going to keep the text as the main logo. I can even do like something like this, but I'm going to have it as 2 words. And then the text and paragraph font, I'm just going to go with the Instrument Sans for now. So I'm adding those because I want to show you how to actually add custom fonts within Webflow. And now the brand color, I'm not feeling this blue. I can keep going around the city and looking for stuff, but for this sake, to make it more accessible, we're just going to look at Visual Journal, and I can keep going through all of these. Now, for some reason, I'm feeling this like yellowish green neon, like these two right here, and I'm on a Mac, so Command-Shift-4 brings up this option to screenshot. I'm just going to screenshot that, go back to Figma. Going to grab the image that I just screenshotted, bring it in, and now I'm going to just play around to see what this color looks like. So I can create let me delete this first. Bring this back to what it was. Here I can click Shapes, and I'm just going to drag out a rectangle like that. As you can see, it's obviously covering the text. So here in this left sidebar, I can just drag and put this, that was the other CycleCope one. I can take this text and I can drag it over that rectangle like that. And now I just want to see what this looks like against this yellow background. So this actually has like a black, so it might look really nice against this. So if I take this and go to the fill and click on this color, I can then click this little droplet thing, and I can sample any color in here. So I can actually even hover over the sky here and change it to that. I can hover over this yellow, let's say this part, and look at that. Not bad. It looks a little kind of a dirty yellow, to be honest. Maybe I can zoom in really far. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let me actually take this, and sorry, I know this is like super raw what I'm doing, but just want to show you the process. Just gonna do this, copy paste. I did Command C and Command V, or Control C, Control V on Windows. Going to take this again, maybe do this. I can also just, obviously you don't want to copy brands exactly down to their color code. That's a big no-no. So I'm just going to play around with this a little bit. All right, I'm just going to go with this for now. I think it works. I can even maybe see what this looks like. Yeah, that would not work really well. Maybe if I did. I'm creating this color because I want to create a hyperlink for text in our blog posts. So you're going to see what I talk about, but we want it to be like a good color that fits behind a white background. A white background. A white background. Okay, that's it. That's good for now. I don't want to make this video longer than it needs to be. But we have a brand color. I'm just going to use black and this kind of yellow neon green. But let's go back to Webflow. And here we want to do a few things. We want to change the fonts first. So if you actually go and you've used a template, if you go to Pages and you go to Template Pages, a lot of template designers are going to approach this differently. But here there's like a Start Here section. So it'll tell you, in this case, how to actually go about changing the fonts and how to add fonts and all that stuff. So this is really nice of them to have included like a little how-to guide here. Now, the real key thing too is style guide. So style guide is an important one. As you can see, they've also designed this to have the current brand colors in here, the current headings and how they look. As you can see, if I click on a heading, we can see essentially within CSS, when you're designing, CSS being the design of something on the page, the text is obviously HTML, but the way it looks as font and all that is CSS. And right here, this blue thing, these are CSS classes. So what that means is the CSS class is like a template, almost like a template for that element that you add to it. So for example, this one, display one, is set for this template to be essentially this font that's bold, that's this size, that's this color. If I were to actually take this and remove that template, you can see it shifted a bit. So this was like the original version of it, but they named display one for it to look like this version of the font. And if I actually hover over this font, I can see that it's inherent. I can see what style it's inheriting. So body being the page, like the entire page on the site is called the body, and it's saying all pages. So this is saying that all pages or all fonts by default on this website are this manrope name, or this manrope font. If I scroll into here, I can see all the other fonts that are in here. We can see some Google fonts. We can see some web fonts. We can see some other fonts in here. And then we can see an option for add fonts. Now, what I'm actually going to do is just go back to the home page. And here we can see body. If I click on body, we can then see the style selector. And I can click on this because it says body all pages is where the value of this font comes from. If it's this color, it means that it's inheriting the font, the design from somewhere. And if I click on it, I can see it's inheriting it from body all pages. So if I actually go up here and I click into it when I'm selecting the body, which is the HTML element, I can see body all pages. And if I click on that, now they turn blue. So blue means that they're freely being edited right now. And here, if I hover over any of these fonts, you can see how every single font on this page is changing because all these fonts are basically pulling from the body all pages style. Now, if you remember, none of these really fit what I wanted. I wanted the instrument sans and the instrument serif font. I'm going to use the text on all the pages by default. I'm going to have it the main text of our blog posts article, which is going to be in instrument sans, and our headings are going to be instrument serif. So because most of the text on the page is going to be instrument sans, I'm going to make the entire body by default always be instrument sans, and then we're going to go and we're going to make all the headings be instrument serif. So first we need to get these two fonts and add them in Webflow. So if I go back to the fonts, selecting body and body all pages, and I click here, our font is clearly not here, so I'm going to go to this option, add fonts. And now we're in our Webflow site, and you can see there's already a bunch of custom fonts added to here. If I were you, I would delete all of the custom fonts that you're not using. If you're using a template, it could help speed up the site a little bit. But in this case, I'm not going to go through and delete all of these just for the sake of time, but I do want to add a custom font. So luckily, Webflow has Google Fonts built in, so I can pull in Google Fonts. If you use a font from somewhere else, maybe you went onto Typewolf and you found a font, maybe you found some other fonts from other sites that you actually can use, or you went and you bought a license, you want to upload those files. Usually they're like WOFF2 or TTF is like a pretty common one, or EOT, whatever those file options, Webflow can accept them, and you would just upload them in here. As you can see, it tells you what it accepts. But in this case, I don't have to go and download a Google font and upload it. I can find it through Webflow. So I'm just going to do instrument, and as you can see, they came up. So I'm going to select instrument sans. Now, what I want is I definitely want the regular. And it doesn't hurt to have the italicized versions and the different font weights. So the weight is essentially like how bold you can make the text. Maybe I want it to be bold in some instances. So I'm just going to select these. Usually I would just select all of them, but I think this is fine for now. So I'm going to add those. So it added the instrument. I'm going to do this again. I'm going to add the serif version of this. And I'm just going to select those two. And I'm going to add font. And now I am going to go back to open site. And now if I go back to hitting body and then coming up here and selecting all pages and going back to our font, I can now see instrument serif and instrument sans have now been added. So I'm going to hit instrument sans because that's the main one. As you can see, all of the headings changed to instrument sans. Now, how do we make our headings to be basically the other version of the font that we wanted? If I go back to here and I go to CMS collection pages, so this is another thing you want to pay attention to. You have in Webflow static pages, which are just individual landing pages. And then you also have CMS collection pages, which are dynamic pages on your website that's content. So like these can be blog posts, these can be author pages, these can be anything where there's dynamic content. And a CMS is basically your database where your content is. So those dynamic elements that come from a database are going to be this like light purple color. So in blog post template, which is just the name of what the template designer named this, whatever template you use, you just want to figure out where the CMS collection pages for your blog posts are. As you can see here, we can double check to see if we are indeed pulling in our font. So if I click on this right here, we can see, yes, it is pulling instrument sans. And again, it's pulling it from that body all pages. Now, how do we change the headings in these to be our sans serif font? If you go back to our pages and we go to our style guide, we can see we have all of our style guides here. And if I click into these, we can see that they're all inheriting that one that we changed to instrument sans. Now, if I go to the headings, here's where things get interesting. We want to start to change these headings individually. So if I actually click on this, as you can see, H1 heading. Now, there are different heading tags when it comes to HTML. H1 heading is always going to be the main title of your blog posts. H2 headings are going to be the main headings you see within the actual content of the blog post. And then H3s are going to be subheadings of that H2. H4s are going to be subheadings of that H3. And there's just like clean hierarchy, as you can see. And generally with that hierarchy comes different designs. They usually get smaller as you go down. So if I actually click on this and then I click into here, we can see this HTML tag for all H1 headings. If I pull this, we can see that right now it's pulling in instrument sans from the body all pages, but I want to make all my H1 headings, I want to make sure that they're sans serif, or they're the instrument serif. And the weight, it's only the normal one. Ideally, I would have picked a font where the weight was like a bolded option, but that's okay. Same thing with this. We can see that in this case, it's still pulling in this from body all pages, but we want to change this to instrument serif. Got it. All of these we want to change instrument serif, instrument serif. All H3 headings, we want to make them instrument serif, instrument serif. All H4 headings, and so on. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you get the point. Now, what should happen, as you can see, now these all changed. We changed these bottom ones, but because we selected the all H1 and all those headings, they changed here. So if we go back into our blog post template, we can now see that the H1 has become this instrument serif. And we now have our headings in this blog post as instrument serif, and we have our main body text as instrument sans. Okay, now the other thing we want to do is go back to our style guide. And if you remember in Figma, I said that I want my hyperlink text. So a lot of the links that we're going to link out to in like affiliate links, I want them to be this color. So I'm just going to copy this color code here. I'm going to Command C on my Mac. Go back to Webflow, and in my style guide again, I can come down, and what I can do is scroll down, and it's going to depend on the template you're using, but you want to figure out where the text link is, and you want to click on the link, and here I can select here, and I can do all links, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, And a lot of times templates have these pre-saved colors. And so if I change the color of this, it's going to actually change the color of that template. So what I actually want to do is create this unlink variable, and I just want to break that off. And then I'm going to paste this in. And now if I go back to the blog, I can see that this link is now this like greenish yellow color, which is what I was going for. And cool. That's now the design of how this is coming together. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff that I can do to this website. And for example, if I click into here, I can see this header logo. This is not what I want. I can either add an image here, and I can replace the image, and I can drag it in here and put whatever logo that I can design in Figma. So if I wanted to say, take this as a logo, I can come here, I can export, and I can export it as a PNG. But because it's just text, what I'm actually going to do for this is I'm going to add in a text element. So this text block, and I'm going to drag it right into this link right here. I'm going to delete this logo, and I'm going to type in cope, and I'm going to give this text link, I'm just going to call this logo text. So I just made that up, and from logo text, we're going to pick the color to be just black. And I'm going to make the logo text a sans serif. I'm going to increase the font to, say, 32 pixels. Now, we want to actually make our domain go live to this website. So let's go ahead and connect our domain to the website. Here, I just want to click on this button up here, and I want to go to site settings. And there are a few site settings that I want to edit. So here I can change the favicon, which is essentially, if you look at my tabs up here, you can see these little icons here. These are the favicons. Again, this is follow these instructions, 32 pixels, 32 pixels. You can just come to Figma and you can create a frame, and you can select the dimensions to be 32 and 32. As you can see, it's very tiny. I'm just going to do this for demonstration purposes, but say I want this color for the frame. So I can zoom all the way in. I can click this frame. I can change the color. And actually, you know what? I want it to be a circle that's yellow with a C inside of it, or maybe a CC because it's psychocope. So let's add the text. Let's do CC is really big. So let me actually make this small. CC 32 maybe. Actually, let's go 24. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take that color. I'm going to make this like a gray color at first. You're going to see why. I'm going to take this and I'm going to do a eclipse, and I'm going to hold down shift. And as I hold down shift, I'm going to open this, and it's going to create a perfect circle. And I'm going to hold down shift again and just pull this to the exact width of this. I'm actually going to name this frame so you can see it in the sidebar. Make sure it looks normal. And I'm going to pull the CC over the eclipse. I'm going to make sure that this is as centered as possible. Now I'm going to take this eclipse and I'm going to put it as that color. And I'm going to click favicon to click the actual layer, the main layer. And in fill for the color, I'm just going to hit minus. That way that the background is transparent, so I can make it look like a circle. So if I actually click on favicon, I'm going to export it. I can export it as an SVJ or a PNG. Those are the two options you want to go with because they're going to be transparent backgrounds. I'm just going to do PNG, and I'm going to hit export. And there's the favicon. It downloaded. I would rename this to like psychocope favicon, but for the sake of this video, I'm not. Just to keep things short, I'm going to go upload here. I'm going to select the favicon. And as you can see, tiny little guy right there. I could also do the web clip, which is 256, 256. I would just redo that again in Figma with another file, but I'm just going to, for the sake of this video, I'm not going to do that just to save time. I'm going to hit publish. As you can see, I haven't published at all yet, but our site's going to go live on cycle-cope.webflow.io. And once I publish that live, that's just the free Webflow domain. But I just want to show you, if I go here, we can see up in the top corner. I also am going to show you how to edit this information that's coming up right now that still says Redology X. But as you can see, the little CC fav icon is now there as well for us. But for custom domain, we're going to have to add hosting. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into plans. And here we can see there's different options that we can choose from. I'm going to do just bill it monthly right now. And if we want to blog, we're going to go with the CMS option, so $29 a month. And this basically pays for our hosting and just using Webflow, past, just the 2 pages on the starter site. Obviously, I use a template, so it's like embedding a bunch of different pages at once. But if you were to create a site from scratch, it would have stopped us at just 2 pages. In this case, we can have over 2,000 CMS items, which means like 2,000 blog posts. We can have our custom domain. Everything that we need essentially is in the CMS plan. Now, for more bigger sites, like my sites, a lot of them I use the business, but you don't need to. For Marketer Milk, I use the business, but for another media site that I have that I mentioned earlier in this article that uses a template and gets like 10,000 visitors a month, that's on the CMS plan. Now, some WordPress hosting plans are just $30 a month. And what you're getting with Webflow is not only hosting, but you're getting the entire Webflow platform to design and publish production-ready websites. So that's kind of like where the price of Webflow really shines, is that it's everything you need all in one. You don't need to use separate tools to tape everything together. So I think it actually makes it a lot easier. But I'm going to go into upgrade to CMS, and I'm going to actually go and pay this. So give me a second. All right, I hit pay. Sorry, I'm blurring all this out because all my information is there. And setup subscription successful. Boom, we're on CMS plan. As you can see, I'm spending a lot of money on this video for a site I probably will never use. But now we have our ability to create a custom domain on our website. So what we actually have to do now is go into publishing. And here we can see production. We have add a custom domain. We can do a quick connect domain. So if we search this, we can quickly connect our Namecheap account or whatever to Webflow through their entry program. I don't want to do that. I'm just going to show you how to do it manually, just so you know. So I'm going to do manually add, and I'm going to hit domain. We're going to do www.cyclecope.com, and I'm going to add domain. And now we have this verification process that we need to do with our DNS, which is the DNS is essentially Namecheap, where we bought our domain. Okay, so in Namecheap, I can go to my domain, cyclecope.com, and I want to go to advanced DNS. And here our DNS is going to be parked by Namecheap. I can just delete these right now. And I'm going to add a new record, and I'm just going to follow exactly what it says in Webflow. So in Webflow, it says add a TXT record for Webflow with this code. So I'm going to add here. We're going to do a TXT record. I'm going to add another record. In this case, we're going to add 2 A records, and they're basically IP addresses, which is what a website is. So A record at IP address, the first one, and the last one is going to be a CNAME record, www. Now we're going to go back into Webflow once we added all that in our DNS, and you want to give it like a couple minutes. Sometimes this stuff does take a minute. I literally just did it. I should give it a couple minutes, but I'm going to be a little bit impatient, and I'm going to hit verify domain. and custom domain verified. So sometimes it just does it right away. As you can see, both of them are verified and connected. I'm going to make the www.cyclecope.com the default. I recommend you do the same. Make your www. your website the default. If you don't make that the default, sometimes there's some weird issues that might happen, but we're going to make that the default. We're going to go back into publish, and now we have a production option and a staging option. Now I can go and hit the production option. I'm going to hit publish to selected domain. As we can see, if I go to CycleCope right now, it's dead. The site doesn't exist because we just bought our domain. But if I go back into Webflow and now we're published on cyclecope.com, come back. Again, this part might take a few minutes. Who knows? Might not. Let's test it out. Boom. So as you can see, cyclecope.com is fully on this website now. Super cool. As you can see, there's a lot of stuff right here that still we need to edit. Thank you, Bricks Templates, for making this template. But I'm not going to go too in-depth on the more editing of the site. Besides, I'm going to show you how to create a little subscribe section right now for our newsletter. And then also we need to add the technical SEO stuff on our site, which is really important as well. But right now, just take a pause, take a breather, go for a walk, pat yourself on the back, congratulate yourself. You've literally just created a website with your own custom domain. Huge step. Okay, now that you're back, let's go ahead and first go into Webflow and edit some of the technical settings of the site. So what we really want to focus on here is I want to go to SEO, and first thing is sitemap. I'm going to say yes to an auto-generated sitemap. What this is going to do is every time we publish a new blog post, it goes into what's known as a sitemap, which is essentially a bunch of links somewhere on a file on your website that tells Google these are the pages that matter on my website and you should try to rank them in Google. Now, the only time you wouldn't really want a automatic sitemap, for example, for Marketer Milk, I don't use an automatic sitemap because my homepage updates with content from around the web, and I don't want that content to be in my sitemap. I just want like blog posts and stuff to be in my sitemap. So I create a manual sitemap, but then that creates an extra manual step where every time I publish a new blog post, I have to be mindful of going into these settings and updating the sitemap manually with the new article. If your site is just mainly a blog and there's pages on it that you're okay with Google seeing, then an auto-generated sitemap just makes it super easy. In this case, for this type of website, I would just have an auto-generated sitemap. And that way, anytime we publish something to our website through a blog post, it's one less step to worry about. So the first one is an auto-generated sitemap. Next, you want to set a global canonical tag. So the global canonical tag, it's obviously the URL that right here, it says it should match your default domain. And what this does is it essentially puts a stamp on every single web page on your site. And it tells Google that, and other search engines essentially, that this is the original version of this web page. And this is the one that you should prioritize in ranking. That way, if you publish a blog post and you have a canonical tag set, if somebody else goes and rips your blog post word for word or rips your website word for word, which will happen if you start to grow your blog and get traffic, eventually it will happen, which shouldn't upset you. It's a sign that you're doing something right. But setting a global canonical tag, make sure Google doesn't get confused in knowing which one to prioritize. And it does help with like eliminating duplicate content in general. So for this case, you want to have your exact URL. So in this case, cyclecope.com, like this, set up, and we're going to hit save. And now I'm just going to publish these just to make sure. And now there's also a couple other things that we want to do. We want to create a Google Analytics account, which we'll come back to after this, but this is custom code. This is where that analytics code is going to go in. We'll come back to that later. What we really want to also focus on is going back into our website and making sure we have schema markup. So in my video on how to write SEO blog posts, I talk about schema markup. This is really important for search engines and even ChatGPT to understand what content is on your website. If you think about search engines, when they're scraping the web, they're just looking at the code of your website to understand what it is. And schema markup essentially adds another layer of telling search engines what this brand, what this company is about, and also what these blog articles are about. So we want schema markup on our website's homepage, and we want it on all of our individual blog posts. So let's go ahead and create that. So we want to go into Google and just search schema markup generator, and it should be this first one from technicalseo.com. And what we're going to do is over here, we're going to do an organization, and organization type, we are just going to say organization again, and we're going to put the name CycleCope, the name of our brand. Alternative name can be like the description of your website. So I'm going to write this on the fly. Obviously, not a great representation of what this brand is based off that whole brand identity thing we did. But just for the sake of this video, I'm keeping it short. And you just want to explain what the brand is, the URL of the site. So I'm going to go back to cyclecope.com. I'm going to take the main URL. I'm going to paste it here. And then logo URL. This is going to be essentially the logo of our site. Now, because I didn't actually create a Figma file and upload the logo into Webflow, it's going to be a little bit tricky. But if I did, I could go into Webflow, and in here I can go to my assets. And I'm just going to select the fav icon as our logo. And I'm going to hit this little 3 buttons here. And I'm going to basically copy link. But if I press open link, we can see it comes up here. And I'm going to copy that. Of course, I want to be copying the actual main logo, not this tiny little fav icon. But I'm just showing you the process of that. And I want to paste that logo here. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to hit this little copy. I'm going to go back into Webflow, click the pages, go to my home page. And on my home page, I'm going to hit these settings. And this is where, as you can see earlier, I mentioned that we're going to edit all this text. This is where we edit all the main meta title or title tag and the meta description. And also what it looks like on the open graph. So open graph is like if you ever texted a link to somebody or you embedded a link somewhere and it pulls up like a preview of it. That's the open graph essentially. We can edit that in here, which we are. But first what we want to do is scroll all the way down into the custom code. So this is where we can inject custom code onto our landing pages. And inside the head section, we're going to just paste that schema markup here, and I'm going to hit save. Now, one thing about the schema markup too is I mentioned earlier that you want to get your social profiles too. So here, if I haven't created it yet, but if I had a Twitter, I would select Twitter. If I had Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, I would select all of those and I would embed the links here. So if these were links, as you can see, they're populating here. So it's saying CycleCope is the same as, you know, this Twitter account that's CycleCope, this Instagram account that's CycleCope, this YouTube, this LinkedIn that's CycleCope, etc. And I want to copy that and paste that into here. Now that would be the most ideal scenario. I'm just not going to make the social profiles in this video just to save time, but just want to bring that up so you know when you're creating the schema markup. Now, in here, I want to write the title tag and the meta description. Title tags should be under 60 characters long. Ideally, I like to keep them under 58 characters long. And meta description, you want to have it under 155 characters long. So let's write a title tag. So I'm just going to say the best cycling guides, resources, and let's do the best guides and resources. And I'm going to do this little sign here, and I'm going to do CycleCope. Now, if I actually copy this, I can double check. If I search word counter, I can use this tool to double check. Yeah, 50 characters is pretty solid. Then I'm going to write a meta description. Okay, so I wrote this. It's 147 characters, which I think is perfect. Discover the benefits of cycling for both your body and mind. Explore our cycling guides, honest product reviews, and resources from the community. Go back, paste that, and as you can see, this is what it's going to look like in Google. Now we want to change this open graph image. Again, what you want to do is take an image. As you can see here, it says at least 1200 by 630 pixels. Let me just do this real quickly just to show you. We're going to 1200 and then we're going to do 630. I'm going to make this, now you can see how small that fav icon was. Make this the same color as here. I'm going to do cycle cope. Center this, make this huge. Let's make it bigger, 300. Ooh, it might be too big. Let's do 250. Let's also add some more text, and then we can say discover. What did I say in this? Something like that. Ideally, I have like a nice logo of a bike or something, but I'm just creating this just as an example. I'm going to export this. Because this is not a transparent background, I can export it as a JPEG. And I'm going to hit export. And I want to save the file name as like cycle cope heading or something. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to keep it quick. I'm going to save these changes first. Go to my assets. I'm going to drag this cycle cope into here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to edit the settings and I'm going to add some alt text. So every image you add, even the favicon we did earlier, you want to add alt text. And alt text stands for alternative text. It's essentially a web accessibility best practice. And it's for like screen readers and for people that might be visually impaired when they're scrolling over stuff that they can figure out what an image is about. So you just want to describe the image. So in this case, I'm just going to say cycle cope header image. And then I am going to save that. Now, the cool thing about Webflow is that you can actually compress. So this is another advantage of Webflow over WordPress. In WordPress, you would have to install a plugin to do this, but Webflow has it built in. I can compress the image. So if I look at this image, it's 165 KB in size. But if I go and I hit compress, and I can compress it to a WebP format, which I recommend, we can now open it after we compress, and it's 22. Big difference. Okay, now that image is set, I'm again going to click this little top part, and I'm going to copy link for the image. We're going to go back to our home page and go back to those settings. We're going to scroll down, and I'm going to go to the open graph URL. I'm going to paste that, and boom, would you look at that? Look how clean this is looking. We're going to hit save. And we can again publish our website, but I'm going to wait for a sec and create our schema markup for our blog post, which is arguably more important than our homepage. So I'm going to go back into Webflow, go to blog posts, click this guy. And as you can see, we do definitely want to edit the title tag and the meta description. So here we can see it's going to, any sort of these add field elements are dynamic elements. So in this case, a blog post title, it's purple because it's going to dynamically change to the appropriate blog post that the page is on. So in this case, that's fine, but I don't want this at the end of it. You can either have this as like your brand name like that, so blog posts look like this, or you can just simply not have it at all. In this case, I'm not. The blog post excerpt is fine as the meta description. And what I'm going to do is, again, the heading here. So let's go back into our schema markup generator. And this time we're going to do a article. And here we're going to do article, URL. This part, I'm going to have to create dummy information just to show you what I mean. We're going to have to edit this dynamically in Webflow. But for now, let's just create dummy text, example.com/blog/whatever. Headline, I'm going to say this is the blog title. Image URL, I'm going to say this is URL, image URL. Description, we're going to say this is meta description. Author, we can have person, author, I'm just going to say Omid. Author URL, if we have an author URL, sometimes some of these templates don't, some of them will. I'm just going to say URL of author. And then publisher is going to be CycleCope. And then CycleCope logo.file. I'm just, again, dummy text completely. Date published, we're going to just dummy text this. Date modified, dummy text it. And now we're going to copy this, go into Webflow, and paste this in Webflow. And now we need to do some magic. So here, what I'm going to do is the URL, I need to change this. I'm going to do https://www.cyclecope.com/blog/ we need the slug. So a slug is essentially all that information after blog in a URL. So I'm going to add field, and I'm going to, there should be an option for slug. So in this case, this template doesn't have slug, it just has a link. And I'm just going to hit link. I'm not sure if this is going to be the entire link or just the slug, but for now I'm just going to keep it like that, and then we're going to troubleshoot and see if this is correct. Headline, we're going to delete our dummy text and put in the blog post title. The description, we're going to delete our dummy text and put in the excerpt. This is the URL image. We're going to delete that dummy text. We're going to add in, we'll say this is the featured image. Person, we're going to delete that. Oops. Make sure we don't delete those colons. And we're going to add in the author name, URL of author. We're going to see if there's a link. Yes, there's a link. Organization, CycleCope, and then the dummy text that we had for the URL of the brand image. This one, actually, what we need to do is grab our logo. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back to this logo we made here. I'm going to copy that link. I'm going to go back into the blog post template settings. And I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to go back to that URL and I'm going to paste that image. And I'm going to take the date published. I'm going to add file. And we're going to do published on. And then we're also going to change this to, we'll say updated on. Nice. And now we can go and publish this to our website. All right, now pretty much all the technical aspects of the site is done. We just need to go and create our email platform for our newsletter and basically generating our email list. And we want to embed that into our Webflow website. So let's go ahead and do that. And then once we do that, we're going to move on to our content strategy and publishing our content. So again, if you want to use a link in the description, you can use my partner link and you'll get 20% off. As you can see, I am an official Beehive partner. I mentioned earlier that I was one of their number one affiliate. And most of all of that has actually come from my blog. This is the first time I'm ever making a YouTube video about being a Beehive affiliate. So if you do want to use it, I would be greatly appreciated. If you don't, that's fine too. But I just want to say that because that the YouTube is not why I'm a top affiliate for them. It's my blog, and this is literally the first video of me mentioning them. Anyways, start trial. We're going to do the launch, and we're going to create sign in with Google. We're going to create our email. Now we need to verify with the phone number, so give me a second for that. Verifying via SMS. And we're just going to go, I'm just going to skip all of this. What's your primary goal? You know, I'm just going to skip these for now. I recommend that you go through and actually do it. Look how beautiful that is. And continue. Okay, now I'm just going to skip through the onboarding process. And this is essentially our dashboard. Now, what I want to do is with Beehive, in order to embed it with Webflow, I need to use these little custom code embeds. So what I'm going to do is go into subscribe forms here. Let me just open this up so you can see where I'm going. In audience, there's subscribe forms. I'm going to create a new form. I'm going to name this Webflow site embed. And I'm not going to mess too much with the fonts right now. Obviously, I would want to actually change this. So let's change this to instrument serif. If you're using a Google font, it should be able to know what's going on here. Okay, and then success message, thanks for subscribing, and then we can redirect it if we want. But the description, let's do header. These don't really matter actually, and I'll tell you why. We're gonna hit save. Oh, description, we do need one. This is just kind of internal for us. Now, once we create it, we can click on these little buttons and we can view. And as you can see, this is what it looks like. So the title, and as you can see, it did pull in the instrument serif and the other font that we had. And as you can see, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to grab this version of the embed, which is why I didn't really care too much what the description was. But we want to grab this slim embed. Now, what we want to do is actually go into our Webflow site. And in Webflow, I want to create a section on the side of my blog that has like a little subscribe embed. So what I'm going to do is actually click into here to be able to edit this sidebar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in a div block. A div block is basically a little square. And I'm going to actually put this div block maybe above the in between the resources and the popular articles. Now I'm going to name this div block. We're going to call this email subscribe wrapper. And usually this is just a term that people use in CSS classes. They usually call these like wrappers. And within the wrapper, I'm actually going to drop in, we want to create a text element. And I'm going to name this subscribe to cycle cope. I do want it to look nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this text block and I'm going to create a heading class for this. I'm going to call it email subscribe heading. And now I'm going to edit this to be a instrument serif. I'm going to say this is like 24. And let's do 32 pixels. And I'm going to make sure I select this color. I'm going to break it off to create its own black. And then I'm going to actually add more text underneath that. As you can see here, it didn't go straight into this email subscribe wrapper. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to drag it, make sure it goes in this box. I'm going to say discover the best cycling content. Obviously not great, but you get the point. And I want to give some of these space. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on this heading, and in padding and margin, margin is essentially space outside of the element, as you can see, and padding is space inside the element. As you can see, the box grew bigger. So I'm just going to do padding here, and I'm going to say we're going to do 20 pixels, and I'm also going to click on the text block, and I'm going to do 20 pixels there. Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to add a custom code embed, and I'm going to go into our forms here. We're going to look for custom code embed, actually in advance. Going to drag that. I'm going to drag it in here, put it underneath this text block. And here we have a custom code embed option. I'm going to go back into Beehive. I'm going to go to our slim embed here, this iframe. What the heck just happened? Yo, Beehive, y'all need to fix this. I'm just going to copy that. Go into Webflow. paste this iframe and hit save. And now as you can see, boom, it came up. That was pretty fast and awesome. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this wrapper and I'm going to add space with that box. So I'm going to put, let's say 50 to go down over there. And then I'm going to click that email subscribe wrapper. I'm also going to do another 50 on top just to make sure there's no weird spacing there happening. And then I can go out, I can see what this looks like. And as you can see, we have our little Beehive subscribe thing going on there. And I know that was just like very quick, and there's a lot we can do with the design and the styling, but I want to show you how you actually implement that. And you can do this all over your website. So now I can hit publish. And now if I go to cyclecope.com and I go on any of my blog posts, I can see that the embed is here. And let's just type in an email for the test. cyclecope@gmail. Not sure if this will work because it's the same account for my Beehive, but I'll hit subscribe. We can see that text comes up. Thanks for subscribing. If I go back into my Beehive platform, I go to my dashboard. 1 active subscriber. Damn, look at that. Audience, or actually I go to subscribers here, and boom, we have our first subscriber. Let's go. That's me. And yeah, that's pretty much how you embed Beehive into your Webflow site. And I know this was kind of a really high level overview. Of course, what I would want you to do is to take your time with your Webflow development, take your time with creating your Beehive embeds, and you can browse through different templates. Of course, my site isn't the best looking one, but I'm sure you can create a better looking one. There's video tutorials on YouTube on how to implement Webflow stuff. If you get stuck, you can ask ChatGPT on how to use Webflow. There's tons of content on the web on Webflow, and I will have my own content as well coming in the future. But that should give you all the basis of building an effective website that's SEO optimized with schema markup and canonical tags and proper, adding your custom domain and just having a proper clean site. And now also having the ability to actually accept subscribers onto an email list. All right, now we're moving on to phase 3. So at this point, we have our niche, we have our home for our place, we have our website, we have our email list set up, everything's ready to go. We just need to essentially fuel our website with good content that can drive affiliate commissions and build our brand. So the next phase we need to think about is products. Now, products is an interesting space because you'll see a lot of other YouTube videos around affiliate marketing say how you should join networks. And I've even mentioned it here that the conventional affiliate advice is to join affiliate networks. So there are these networks that a bunch of brands sign on to and basically say, hey, we have an affiliate program and you should join our affiliate program and sign them to our products. So there's networks like Amazon Associates, which is just essentially the place you go to for promoting Amazon products. There's a big one called Commission Junction or CJ. There's another one called ShareASell, which is now, I think, owned by this other company called AWIN or AWIN. There's also ClickBank, which is like a lot of digital products. There's software ad networks like PartnerStack. There's a ton out there. And in the past, if this was the 8 years ago version of me, I would have said to sign up for an affiliate network. And I actually have videos from a long time ago, basically me showing you how to do that. And I even have used ClickBank and had some success with it in the past. But I think the real way to approach it now, knowing what I know now and looking back in hindsight, I could say that the better way to approach affiliate marketing and figuring out what products to promote is to find products that you're excited about and then find out if those brands that sell those products have affiliate programs. I mentioned earlier, if you remember right in the beginning of this video, that I was a #1 affiliate for the newsletter platform and just went over Beehive. And the way that I actually accomplished that wasn't because I found Beehive through some sort of affiliate network. In fact, a lot of it, I think the success of being a big affiliate for a specific product, it comes from, I'm going to be honest, a little bit of luck and a little bit of intuition, and kind of being the first to really market that product. So for example, Beehive came out around 3 years ago. And right when it launched, like within a few months of it launching, it came on my radar. And I, at the time, was trying to start the Marketing Milk newsletter, and the exact features that Beehive had was like what I was looking for. So it was like a perfect match. It was like I just got really lucky discovering the platform. And I started using the platform, and instantly I fell in love. And I looked up like Beehive review in Google, and there was nothing, not a single page talking about a Beehive review. And so I quickly jumped on it. I wrote a Beehive review article, and the article ranked #1. It was the fastest ranking article I've ever gotten. It ranked #1 within like 4 hours. Within that same day, it ranked #1. And it was, at the time, it was the first article ever reviewing Beehive. Today, there's a ton more. If you search that keyword up now, I might be #1, I might be #2, I might be #3, I might be somewhere on the first page. There's just been a lot of other articles about it now. But at the time, I created that review article, and I went and I tried to figure out if Beehive had an affiliate program, so I can then put my link in that review article. And at the time, they didn't have an affiliate program. So I actually ended up reaching out to the founders of Beehive, and I basically asked them like, hey, do you have an affiliate program? I have this media company that I'm building. I love their platform. I'm using it. I would love to promote this. And they were like, no, we don't have one yet, but it's on the roadmap. Well, about 2 months later, they emailed me back saying, hey, the affiliate program is now live. And I signed up that same day. I went back to my review article. And this is why blog posts are so great for affiliate, because you can actually like go back and update articles and edit them live. So I literally went back to that Beehive review article, added in my affiliate link to it, and then instantly within like a few days, I got the first commission coming from that article that was already ranking. And then I accelerated those commissions by creating more articles, but we're going to get into the exact types of articles that really accelerated it for me in the phase 4 of the content strategy. But I give that example and go off on this tangent because I want to show you like this is how I've become a top affiliate for a couple products. This exact same scenario has happened fairly recently in the past couple months with another company in a different space within marketing, which I've actually mentioned their tool in a AI tools video that I made. And same thing, this intuition that this product is about to blow up and like get really big. Let me write a review article about it before that happens. And then as people are searching that product, they're coming across my article, and you're kind of like growing with a trend. So you're really growing with brands, emerging brands or emerging products, I think is the best way if you're a small website and a beginner to grow. Now, to do that, I'm very well aware that if you're just getting into it, this is hard. It's not easy. It's still not easy for me to discover great products. But it's like, this is why you have to have that sort of life experience and be so involved in your niche that you're just aware of all the brands in the niche, and you're aware of like all the news that's coming up in that niche and any sort of new companies that are emerging, that are growing. And yeah, that's kind of my philosophy around products, is that you should essentially go out and find products that you're excited to promote, or products you see are emerging that people aren't reviewing or talking about, and create that content. Like either way, if there's an affiliate program or not, create that content just to build your brand and get traffic to your site and get people to know about you. But see if there's an affiliate program attached to it. And if there's not, reach out to the company and say you want to do like a revenue share deal or work out some sort of collaboration with them. This is how I think you're going to crush it if you're actually serious about being a big affiliate in any product. I think if you go out and look at like top affiliate networks and they say like these are the top products that are doing really well, well, there's already somebody or a handful of people that are doing well with it, and chances are you won't do as well as them. So you want to be the first to market a product and kind of be at the top essentially. Affiliate networks, if you want to go and sign up to them, it's good for inspiration just to see what's possible. But again, I think you should go out, find products you like, find emerging trending products, and then figure out if they have an affiliate program. You can do that by looking in the footer of the website. You can do that by searching the brand name and the affiliate program. For example, Specialized, the bike behind me that we're going to write about or create a piece of content around. If I just look up Specialized affiliate program in Google, it comes up, and that's how I know they have an affiliate program that I can sign up for. Okay, now at this point, you probably have an idea of the like certain products that might be in your niche. But really what you want to do here is you want to create 3 core pillars of products. So my recommendation is get out a piece of paper or open like a Word doc and start typing out all of the product ideas you can think of in that niche. Think of all the products that are possible and then try to group them into pillars. And if you can't group them, just input all those products into like ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to group these by certain pillars of products or product pillars, so you can review them as an affiliate. And this will give you an idea of what are like the core pillars of products that you can promote. And the idea is that you want to prioritize them based off of these pillars, and you want to dominate a pillar first before you move on to other pillars. And that's how you build this thing called topical authority and build a brand within Google and have Google trust you as a publisher, is when you go after a niche, but then you find a core pillar within that niche, which is the sub niche, and you dominate that sub niche. And so the idea is to dominate a sub niche, then you branch out to dominating another sub niche, and then that kind of like grows. So in this case, I've listed out 5 actual different product pillars in a way. So the first one I wrote out was bikes. Of course, we can talk about the bikes that are out there and the different brands like Specialized or Trek or Canyon or Cervelo or etc. These are different brands within this niche. And then I also put something around like accessories on Amazon. So this could be like, again, this is coming from my own experience of like products I bought. So like a little iPhone mount for my bike, or the little light that goes on the back of the bike, or a light for the front of the bike, or like a tiny little bike pump, or a little bike kit that I take with me on rides. I put that as like accessories, like tiny little knickknacks or things that are important, but they're like these tiny little accessories that cost anywhere from like under $50 or $100. I just grouped that as accessories that people will probably likely buy through Amazon. Then there's apparel. So like the bibs and the shorts and the classic like tight cycling apparel. That is its own whole beast, and there's a lot of brands in there. I mean, there's REI. I know REI has an affiliate program where you can just, it's like a department store where you can just find a bunch of different brands through their website. I know a really famous one is Rafa, which is like, think like designer clothing for cyclists. There's another one called ASOS or ASOS. Sound like I just said a bad word, but I know that one's a really popular one. So like grouping these in apparel, and then riding essentials. So like things that are needed, like the helmets, pedals. So like on that bike, I have clip-in pedals, and I have special shoes that clip in. So I can actually like, basically when you're biking, normally you push down on a pedal, but in cycling you want to be able to push down and you want to be able to pull up, so you get like double the power. And the only way you can actually move the pedal by pulling up is if you have these special pedals and you wear like these biking shoes that kind of look like cleats and they clip in, so your feet are locked onto the pedal. So like those are essential if you really want to get into cycling, the pedals and then the special shoes. And then other things like gels and recovery fuel, like powders for hydration and all that kind of stuff, and the carbs and the caffeine gels and all that kind of stuff. I grouped that into another little group. Then, as you can see, I wrote things around frequency here. So this is not, I would say, too important to think about right now, but I just wanted to include it just to, not leave any stone unturned in my way of thinking and approaching this stuff. But frequency shows how common this product is probably being bought and how often it's being bought, actually. So, for example, bikes probably has a low frequency. You don't buy a bike, every season. Maybe you do if you have that kind of money and that kind of space. But normally, you probably are going to have a bike for a few years before you get a new one. So it's a very low frequency of a purchase. Accessories, same thing, might be low, might be medium. You might be buying like tubes for your tires and stuff. That might be like a medium frequency thing. Low frequency would be like a tool kit that you probably buy one time, or like lights for the bike that you probably buy one time unless it breaks and you buy new ones. So low to medium frequency. Same thing with apparel, I would say about medium frequency. If you have a good amount of clothes, you just wash them and you just keep reusing those shirts and pants or whatever. Not pants, but you know what I'm saying, the shorts. So probably medium frequency. Riding essentials, kind of low medium. You don't buy a helmet that often, pedals that often, shoes that often. You don't really buy them. You buy them like once in a while. So low medium. But gels and recovery fuel is a high frequency. So that's stuff that you're constantly cycling through. You're probably using it on every ride. It's a higher frequency. So depending on your niche, you want to think about what products are low frequency and what are high frequency. And low frequency is okay as long as the commissions are high or the product is high. I think you're kind of getting to a danger zone where there's a low frequency of something and a low price to that product. So for example, accessories on Amazon, depending on the accessory, if we talk about like a bike light that's like say $20 and the frequency of it is low, that's probably not the best product to start promoting just to make good money off of, because it has a low frequency, and also when it does happen, the commission is so low. On Amazon, they're like in the single digit percentages. So imagine like $1 or $2 on a light that somebody doesn't buy that often. Now, low frequency on a really high expensive stuff like a $10,000 bike, that is okay. So that's kind of how I think about it is this frequency and the cost of that thing. And again, this goes down to right in the beginning when we talked about on the iPad, if you remember, the idea of vitamins versus painkillers, and a vitamin product, as a recap, being something that's like a nice to have, but a painkiller being something that is like you need it to be able to do that thing in that space or that niche, or solve a problem in that niche. And for example, the painkillers in my niche that I'm going to be going over are things like bikes. You definitely need the bike to even start riding something. You need helmets, which is super important. And if you're really serious about it, you need shoes, like the right cycling shoes. And so these to me are painkiller products, and I would recommend that you start with a painkiller product. Even if it's, regardless of the frequency, I would start with painkiller products because they're actually things that people are really looking for, that they actually need. Okay, now that we have a general idea of like how to approach a product, I'm going to actually show you more in depth on the products that I'm choosing. But now I want to jump in between phase 4, and phase 4 and phase 3 are kind of like, they kind of merge and they go back and forth. But phase 4 is essentially our content strategy. And the content strategy, I've been saying a lot of things are the most important, like the niche is the most important, the website's the most important. But the content strategy, if you don't know what direction you're going, you're not going to get to your destination, or you're not going to go that far really. And so you want to be able to know, is a strategy that you're going after worth it? Will you actually make commissions? The strategy that you're going after, is it the right one? Is it the right path to invest time, energy in to actually go that way? And so this is why I think if you don't have a proper strategy, you're going to be asking for failure. And this is I believe, one of the hardest parts of affiliate marketing for a lot of people, in that you can create a website. There's tons of content on YouTube on creating a website, but it's hard to find the products and it's hard to create the content strategy unless you really have a general idea of like what direction you want to go with the brand. And this is why, again, I say life experience beats everything, because you're going to know the types of questions and content that you can create within a space. And the big part here of content strategy and how I've been approaching it for the better half of 8 years, and more specifically honing in this strategy the past 6 years. It started off when I was working at Webflow and kind of like developing this through my own strategies. And now what I use with all my clients, what I use on my own website, on literally every website that I start. This one I was actually nervous to show in this video because I do charge clients for this. I have a paid course for marketing teams that goes over this stuff. But, whatever. I think there's not a lot of good information in this space around this stuff. So hopefully I can be that. APTK framework. This is obviously the acronyms I just made up. But this is how I approach content in order of A for audience, P for products, T for topics, K for keywords. I was going to say K-words, keywords. So it all starts with the audience and the who. And caveat, this framework, I've developed it mostly for software companies because that's what I'm most familiar with and work with. Because a lot of times a software company has multiple audiences. For example, Webflow is a product that is for marketers, and it's also a product that's for web designers. So when we're creating content, there's like two pillars that we originally start with. Are we creating for the marketing audience? Are we creating for the web designer audience? You have to first know who you're creating for. In the case of this cycling blog or media company, CycleCope, I technically only have one audience, which is cyclists. I could break it down by like beginner cyclists and intermediate cyclists and expert cyclists, but overall I just have one audience, cyclists. So in your case, you might not even think about audience too much, but I wanted to include it just in case because it is how I think about the whole thing. Audience, it always starts with who are you talking to? And then you go and you figure out what products does that audience care about? And then from that product and that audience, basically combination, you figure out topics that you can talk around those products related to those audiences. And based off of those topic clusters that you come up with, that's where you figure out what keywords to actually target in your content and try to rank for. So a lot of times people would say keyword research is about like, opening up a keyword research tool, and we're going to do that too coming up right now, but it doesn't start with just figuring out what keywords you want to rank for. It really starts, keywords is the last part of the content strategy. It's important, but it's the last part. First is figuring out who you're talking to, and you're going to think about, what you're going to talk about in terms of the products, how you're going to approach it in terms of the topics, and then exactly like what keywords you're going to target within those topics. The reason why I'm mentioning all of this stuff is because, and why, again, life experience beats everything when it comes to this, which it's going to click all in it coming up right now, is that your competitors are probably using ChatGPT to find content ideas. They're probably also using the same keyword research tools that you're using to target the same keywords and find the same keywords. They're basically trying to find low competition stuff that has a high search volume. So there's this sameness aspect, and the big money in affiliate marketing and just growing a media company fast is all around finding things that other people aren't seeing. It's seeing things others aren't. There's this concept of zigging when others zag. And how can you, when everyone's zagging, how can you zig? Or when everyone's zigging, how can you zag? That's always the mindset that I come after everything that I create, is I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. Yes, if everybody's doing something and there's success in it, then success leaves clues. You should study that and see why that is successful. But if you can create something that people are searching for, but there's not a lot of good content already around it, that's how you win. That's when you're zigging when others are zagging. And if you have life experience in something, then you understand the questions and the problems that you've run into. So you can start basically creating content based off questions that you've personally asked and experienced. For example, I'm jumping a little bit, but this bike, I recently traveled across the United States with it. I had to go to California. I had a family emergency. There was a death in my family, unfortunately, and I had to go to California and just stay there for a little bit. And I really needed my bike because it's like my mental health and that really needs it. And I was not going to leave the East Coast without my bike. And so I had to figure out how to actually travel with it. And now, based off of that whole experience, I'm going to actually create a blog post targeting a specific keyword within that space. I know it was a problem I had. I don't know exactly what's the best keyword to go after, and that's okay because we're going to go over that. And before I jump into the spreadsheet of creating our content strategy and our content calendar for the 5 blog posts, the last thing I want to mention is the top affiliate content that I've seen work. This is based off of my own experience. This is based off of all the client data that I've had. This is golden right here, is the top affiliate content. And I would say this goes in terms of like most to least, would be the best one being no pun intended, these best art listicle posts, they're the hardest to rank for because usually they're very competitive, but like best VPNs or best cycling bikes for endurance training, like 10 best X for X in this year, like all these titles that you see, and we're going to go over them as well. These types of articles are the best ones to go after, these listicle posts, because people are in this mindset of they're just looking for certain options and products. And if you have 10 best, we can go back to our example, or let's say helmets. I'm looking at a helmet right here. You have 10 best helmets, then every helmet in there, if there's an affiliate program, we can be an affiliate for each of those helmets. And so no matter what helmet they pick, the reader that will actually get a commission for. So best listicle posts are the best ones, lots of best in there. Next one, I would say are how-to, and I call these product-led posts. So this depends on the product, but you want to create a how-to article that requires the person reading that article, or even if it's a YouTube video, to actually use that product and have to use it. So for the example of how to fly with a bike on a plane, one of them might be like, hey, you need to get use this service, bike flights, or you need to buy a bike box thingy that you can travel with. And so the how-to article might teach you how to do that, and then there's a step where you're actually using a like bike bag or bike box or whatever. And so in order to actually complete that tutorial as is, you have to actually purchase that bike box or that bike tutorial, and you can replace this biking concept with any idea. How-to product-led post. And that's why I say product-led, because find the product and you figure out how you can create a guide or a how-to article around doing something with that product. What problem or pain point does that product solve? And how can I create an article around it that is also based off of a keyword that people are actually searching for? Next is review posts. Now, the review and verses. So review and verses, they actually convert really higher than the best and how to, but I put them at the bottom because they tend to have a low search volume of people searching for them. So if you can rank really well for the best and how to, it's a lower conversion rate, but if the volume is there, generally most of the commissions are going to come from that. Review and comparison posts, lower traffic but higher conversion. So it might even out, in some cases it might be most of your affiliate commissions come from review posts. In this case, review posts are essentially when you're, like it says, reviewing something. So the example of the Beehive review article that I wrote, that's a review post. If I were to write specialized Roubaix review and I write an article about that, that's a review post. Now, versus comparison posts is when you're comparing two products together. And why both review and comparison posts work so well is somebody is ready to purchase. If they're looking up a specialized Roubaix review, they're in the market for one. And if somebody reads that article and clicks through our link, then they're going to most likely buy that product. Same thing with review or versus. If somebody is searching, say, specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac, which is another model. Roubaix is just one of their models. There's a Tarmac model too. That is a versus comparison. The person who's searching that is still in searching for those two products, but they're trying to figure out a purchasing decision. Regardless of the purchasing decision that they make, they're going to purchase one of them. And if we have an affiliate link for both of them, then we're going to get a commission when they purchase. So those versus style articles do really well as well. And honestly, I don't see usually it's very low competition. I don't see a lot of good versus articles depending on the niche. Okay, now that we have all that kind of mapped out, let's go and create our content strategy and more specifically, our content calendar for CycleCope. All right, now it's time to create our content calendar. So if we go back into our Chrome window and open a new tab, as you can see, if you remember, we created an entire workspace based off of our brand that we created here, CycleCope, and because we have now this Chrome workspace and a new email, we also have a Drive. So I like to do everything in Drive. When the brand gets really big, I move a lot of stuff into Notion to do project management. But in the beginning, I just use Drive. It's just super simple and clean. And what we're going to do in Drive is I'm actually going to create a new folder. I'm going to just name this blog. And within blog, I usually like to create folders for different quarters or different years, but I'm just going to, for the sake of this video, just jump straight into Google Sheets. And this is where we're going to create our content calendar. So I'm going to go ahead and label these real quick. So I put these labels here. As you can see, we have title, which is going to be the title of the blog post. And then we have the APTK framework with audience, products, topics, keywords. And then next to keywords, I also put SV, which stands for search volume. And then I also have stage, which stands for, you don't really need this, but it's just good to get a general idea or a representation of what's going on. Stage essentially stands for top of funnel, middle of funnel, or bottom of funnel. Okay, now how do we actually go about doing keyword research and creating our content? It all starts with this. Now, first, we're going to label out our audience. So for me, it's just cyclists. Did I spell that right? Yeah. It's just cyclists. And I said that you want to start with 5 blog posts to start with. So I'm just going to copy this 5 times. Now, what you can also do here is click this little corner and then go on this little funnel to create a filter. I usually just do this for all the spreadsheets that I make, and then select the first row and go into view, freeze up to row 1. And now if we ever wanted to, we could cycle between all of our stuff. No pun intended there. I'm going to actually call this cycle cope content calendar. And now we're going to go out and look for products. So I don't want to get too specific here, or else this video is going to be like 20 hours long, and it's already pretty long. So I already have a product that I want to promote, which is the bike behind me. And so I'm going to type in just specialized bikes. Now, products just give you a general idea of when you go out to create the content, it'll all start to come together, but it'll give you an idea of what product is to be pitched essentially in that article. So that's what this line is what product are you trying to pitch or sell? So sometimes you actually might not even have a product. That's why we have a newsletter. Sometimes our newsletter, getting people to subscribe to it or to our email list, can be the product in and of itself. So, for example, for topics, now I can think of, what, obviously the audience is cyclists, but I could say cyclists that are looking around specialized bikes. What is a topic that we can potentially create? Now, for the topic, it's really hard to find a topic right from the beginning. So in the beginning, it's actually a little bit backwards. If you remember, I said the top ranking articles or the top commission driving articles are like the verses and the review and the best listicle ones and the how-to. I would start off in the beginning with just a keyword, and then that's going to figure out from that keyword what the topic is, and then from there we have a topic that then we can actually find more keywords from. So the keyword kind of like is the spark to the topic. Now, I know that I definitely want to start off with a bottom of funnel stage article, and in this case I want to start off with a versus. I want to compare 2 different products that are specialized bikes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the keyword research tool called KeySearch. So KeySearch is this great keyword research tool. I've been using it since the beginning for many, many years now. It's only $24 a month, which is super cheap, whereas comparing it to Ahrefs that starts at $100 a month. So I recommend checking this one out. There's a free 7-day trial as well. If you want to support this video and this content, it would be cool if you use the affiliate link, but if not, it's okay. Just go to keysearch.co. And once you log in, you want to go to the keyword research tab and go to brainstorm. Now, what this is going to do is as you start typing in this brainstorm, it's going to give you autocomplete options, as you can see for Google autocomplete. So technically for this part, you can open up Google in an incognito window and start typing in certain things and you see an autocomplete pop up. This is my strategy for finding really good keywords, is looking at the autocomplete. The only thing with doing the Google way or looking at it in Google is that sometimes it's going to tailor the results to you. And what we want to see is what are like the raw plain results that it's showing by default. And you can do that in an incognito window. Sometimes in the incognito window, it also does figure out your previous searches. So I always just use the brainstorm tab in KeySearch. But one thing I want to start doing is I just want to type in the product that I want to promote. So specialized, we can see it comes up as specialized bikes, e-bikes, some other things. LS Roubaix is the bike that I have. So let's do, because it's, again, based off life experience, I know the Roubaix bike really well. I can talk about it. I'm going to say specialized Roubaix. I'm going to hit space, and then we can see what comes up. So these are the different models of the Roubaix. We could see review is one that comes up. And when things are auto-completing in Google, it means that people are actually searching these in real time, which is why these are really good keyword ideas. We can see Roubaix versus Trek domain, which is another bike. So that could actually be a pretty interesting one for the versus article. But let's actually even take it a step further and just type in versus space. And we can see the first one that people compare the Roubaix to is the Trek. That's the most common one. And the second most common one after that is the Tarmac. Now, I know that Tarmac is another specialized bike. This top one is comparing two different brands together, which is fine. But for this case, I just want to go after just talking about specialized bikes so I can sign up to their affiliate program and just promote all the specialized bikes first. So I have a content idea here where I can go after specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac. I can do the Les, and then there are other bikes too. So if I click on this Tarmac option and I can hit research, it'll take me to the keyword research section where I can see kind of what's going on here. So I can see specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac is getting searched 320 times. I can see the cost per click and stuff if you were to bid on ads. So the search volume is pretty solid. I could see all the top ranking articles. This is the page authority and this is the domain authority. So a big one you want to look at is the domain authority. If you're in a niche where a lot of the domain authorities are red and they're really high, it's going to be hard to compete because you're a brand new website. But if you see a couple or at least one that's green, that's ranking in the top half, that's a good sign. The green is lower domain authority, less competition. And so that's a good sign that you probably can compete. Now, if they're all red, it doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't go after it. What you actually want to do is take this keyword that you want to go after and open a incognito tab. And what you want to do is search the keyword. So specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac, we can see Reddit is the first one that comes up and it's from 2 years ago. We could see the first blog post that comes up is from this other actual media company that I just discovered that's very similar to like the Cyclocope stuff we're trying to do is the Pros Closet. And it's from over 3 years ago. So that is already a really good sign that there is not a lot of good blog content. At least I see a YouTube video here from this year from Bicycle actually, but there's not a lot of good content talking about specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac that's fairly recent. If Google is showing this from 3 years ago, it means that any sort of new stuff is just not the best. And even this one, the title is not that good. Family Feud, what does that even mean? So they're not even fully optimizing it the best way. If I actually were to click into it, we can see it looks like a decent article, but it's super short. There's not a lot going on here. We can easily outrank this article. If I look at the URL, let me just delete that weird tracking link on it. We could see that if you watched my how to write a blog post video, I talk a lot about having clean URL structures. So the URL should be usually like yourwebsite.com/blog/ the exact match keyword you're going after. In this case, they just copied the title straight into their URL, which is very common. A lot of people do this by accident where they're not even thinking about it, because a lot of CMSs, when you go to write your blog post or publish the blog post, it'll automatically make the URL slug, which is this part, the title of that article. So you have to go and actually manually edit that. And a lot of people either aren't aware of that or they forget. In this case, one of those scenarios has happened. So this is actually a great sign. for us to go after this keyword. So I'm going to take this keyword. This is a great keyword. And we're going to add it here. I'm going to say the search volume is 320. Now, where does this fall into in terms of topic? Now, it could be difficult. So we can actually, if we have a keyword, we can try to use ChatGPT to figure this out. So in ChatGPT, I wrote, I want to create a content strategy for my biking blog. I want to start off with 5 blog posts. I want to cover all top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel topics in these 5. Ideally, they have the same topic cluster, or there are 2 topic clusters with at least 2 blog posts in each, so I can interlink them to build topical authority. Here is one keyword I want to use for bottom of funnel: specialized Roubaix versus tarmac. And this prompt, I'm going to put it in the slides that are in the show notes that you can get if you subscribe by clicking the first link in the description. Okay. Now, this is telling me, again, you never want to take what ChatGPT just says blindly. You want to use it as for idea generation and figure out, where can you find ideas. Here it says that there are 2 topic clusters I can go after for these 5 blog posts. And as we can see, that's recommending endurance versus race bikes. Now, this is sparking an idea of maybe there's a topic of endurance versus performance that we can talk about. Again, this is all coming because I know this space quite well. But for example, the Roubaix is an endurance bike. It's not made to go really fast, but it's made to go really far, like to ride like 100 miles or for hours on it. The tarmac, I know, is more of a performance race bike. So it's made to go, it's super light. It's made to go really fast. So I can do for the topics. Again, topics are just kind of things you're making up. It's just your way to group keywords together so you can find more keyword ideas based off of a topic. But I can say endurance versus performance as a topic. And once I have a topic, I can actually copy and paste this. And now I'm going to find another keyword related to this topic cluster. So in order to do this, what I can also do is say, like, what kind of stage do I want? I think in these 5 articles, you should have like a couple bottom of funnel. You should have maybe a couple middle of funnel, and you should have like 1 or 2 like top of funnel articles. So for this one, let's just say a top of funnel. And so I'm just going to start searching for this topic. If we go back into KeySearch, as you can see, I started to type in endurance versus, and I can see race bike comes up as a keyword. If I search this, we can see that endurance versus race bike, 210 searches a month. Again, I can take this keyword and actually search it in Google, and we can see what comes up. Again, Reddit's coming up. We have row.cc. We have Pros Closet again from 2022. This article from 2022 and 2 of them from row.cc. Again, this is a really good sign that this might be a good keyword to go after. It looks like it's underserved. If I were to click into this article, we can see, again, not the cleanest URL structure, lots of ads going on the screen. We can easily outrank this article by writing it in a very SEO optimized way. So endurance versus race bike, I'm going to pick that. And the reason why we want, like, you might think, okay, endurance versus race bike, there's no affiliate commissions to be made in this. But remember how we said that we want to have a blend of blog posts and content that is just educational and informational, maybe inspiring people. And then there's a group that is also transactional and we're kind of pitching products. We want to have a good blend. If anything, we want to have less selling and more just informational stuff. That's how we build trust with Google as a publisher, and even with just like people in our brand that know of us. So not every article should be pitching a product. You definitely don't want to have that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you still can't leverage the traffic that you get from the informational blog posts. So for example, products for this case, I know we have a newsletter and an email list, which is why I think it's so important to build an email list with your affiliate website. Whereas in this case, our product that's going to be pitched in this article, while it's not something that's going to make us affiliate commissions right away, it's going to be our free newsletter. And our newsletter is Again, this is another video in of itself that I'll make around how to start a newsletter and think about that. But the newsletter is, we can pitch it as, the place to go for all news and resources and guides related to cycling. And so if somebody's interested in this keyword and they land on our article, we could say, hey, we're probably a cycler, subscribe to our newsletter. And even if we get like more specific, we can have local specific newsletters. So a newsletter for cyclists in LA, a newsletter for cyclists in New York, a newsletter for cyclists in Dallas, Texas, in Miami. I'm going way off, but again, think big, think of all the opportunities you can create in this space. But yeah, we just want to pitch a newsletter in here. And then also I'm going to fill out the search volume. I think it was 210. Now, before I add 3 more, let's go on into the title. So how should we approach our titles? Well, first off, one thing we can do is go back into Google and we can search the keyword we want to go after. And we want to basically figure out what is the search intent behind a keyword. And the search intent is essentially, you can figure that out by looking at the top ranking articles and seeing what are people actually wanting when they're searching specialized Roubaix versus tarmac. And it looks like, of course, if Google is ranking all these top pages, they're looking for a blog article that is comparing them to these two together. And what you want to do for these, at least for versus articles, I generally like starting off with the title in the front like this. So we can go back and we can type in specialized Roubaix versus tarmac. And then I'm going to say, because this is from personal experience, I can say my honest review for whatever year it is, 2025. And for this case, what I would also do is, I have a Roubaix, so I can review it. I don't have a tarmac. So what I might actually do is go to a bike store and ask if I can review one of their tarmacs. And in that case, in this article, I can also mention that bike store and tell people, if you're in New York and you're looking for this bike, go to this bike store. So it can be like promotion for the bike store and then also an opportunity for me to create content. So that's kind of how you can go about physical products too. This case, this is the title I'm going to pick for this. And we also want to double check that all of our titles for our blog posts are under 60 characters long, and ideally under 58 characters, if I'm being totally honest. And the reason for that is because then this happens. As you can see, ... the title gets cut off. So the way that you can figure out if your titles are nice and in the right length is just go to wordcounter.net, paste our title, and as you can see, this is perfect, 56 characters long. So I'm going to pick that as the title. And boom, we have one entire blog post that is ready to be written. Now let's go and figure out the title for the other blog post. And for this one, I did the same thing. I'm not going to go too in-depth into it, but I did endurance versus road bikes, what they don't tell you about the difference. And I mentioned earlier that when you're reviewing two products together, it's very bottom of the funnel, which is why it's bottom of the funnel. But in this case, you can see we have another versus, and I've labeled it as top of funnel. And that's because this is very much, if you think about it in perspective of what people are searching for, somebody first is very top of funnel, meaning they're problem aware or problem even unaware of the type of bike they need. So they're just searching what's the difference between these two bikes. They're super early in the purchasing process, which is the very top of funnel. Now, as they go through, they might read about the different types of endurance bikes that are talked about in this article. They might read about different types of race bikes that are mentioned in that article. And then after that, they might figure out the different bikes and they might search something that's more bottom of the funnel, like specialized Roubaix versus tarmac. And this is why it's really important to have all these top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel content in topic clusters. That way your goal is that when somebody is searching something at every buyer, wherever the buyer journey is, whatever stage in the funnel they are, you always come up in Google search and they constantly see your brand. If you remember both of these keywords that we searched up, we actually saw that media company, the Pros Closet, come up. So they're approaching it really nicely in that regards. If you want to learn more about this kind of buyer's journey, if you look up SaaS content marketing, I talk more about this. as it pertains to SaaS companies, software as a service, so software companies, but you can still kind of think about it when it comes to affiliates, depending on the industry you're in. Okay, let's go over another topic. I know right away that one topic I want to go after is bike travel, because I've been traveling with a bike. So for the other three, I'm just going to pick bike travel. And in this case, I know that I want to go after the keyword related to flying with my bike, but I don't know what's the right keyword for that. So let's go back into KeySearch, and I can type in how to bring a bike on a plane. That could be a good option. I'm actually going to open that. As that loads, I can think of another combination of this. I can say how to fly with a, we can see all these how to fly with a bike in GTA. Funny. How to fly with a bike on Southwest. Wow, that's so niche. These are great content ideas, but let's just go after the main one. It was how to fly with a bike. I'm going to research that. Now let's open these. How to bring a bike on a plane, 170 searches a month. That's pretty decent. Let's look at the other one. How to fly with a bike, 480, a lot more. Now let's actually double check this too by using Google Trends. So we can go to trends.google.com, and I'm going to type in how to fly with a bike. And I'm going to take the how to bring a bike on a plane. I'm just showing this example if you ever have two keywords that are very similar and you want to know exactly what's the best one to go after. And then I'm going to change this to say like the past 5 years. Okay, this one's actually really hard. They're very equal. Let's see if I could do from 2004 and present. And we can see if we really look far back that actually the blue one, which in this case is how to fly with a bike, is more commonly searched. So that does actually say that this is pretty accurate, with this saying 480 volume for that and then 170 volume for the other one, how to bring a bike on a plane. So I'm actually going to prioritize this keyword. Now the last thing I want to do is actually search this keyword. So in an incognito window, I'm going to type that keyword. And we can see some articles coming up. Again, Reddit cycling. We can see bike radar, trainer road. If I click on this one. Whoa, this site is weird. Refresh that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, actually not too bad. This is like a great looking article. We do see that they're not fully optimizing the best with this keyword, how to fly with your bike, the ultimate guide, kind of, but they're using the entire article name as the URL slug. Let's look at bike radar. Bike radar is doing a good job, how to fly with your bike, and then how to fly with your bike, packaging, weight limits, surcharge, explain. This is also a decent one. Now, I am going to pick this keyword. I do think that I can write a really good article around this and really optimize around this keyword. So I'm going to paste this in. Now, products for this, I know that there's a lot of like bike bags and stuff. Actually, if we go and like look at one of these articles, bike bags. So this would be a perfect place to actually give CTAs to different bike bags on Amazon. Or I know there's a service called Bike Flights, so it could be a great one to link out to Bike Flights if they have an affiliate program. Let's look at Bike Radar again. We can see bike bags, and they literally are mentioning their bike bags, and they actually have Amazon and eBay call to actions where if I go to this, we can see that in the top URL, it's actually referring us from this tag Bike Radar. So this is actually an affiliate tag. So if I were to purchase any of these bike bags now, Bike Radar would get an affiliate commission for it. So this is super powerful stuff right here. So I'm going to say for the products, it could be like bike bags or bike flights, which is it's a service for shipping your bike that a lot of bikers know about. Now I'm going to go and fill more of this out. So this was, I think, 480. A lot of how-to articles, I would say they're somewhere in the middle of the funnel. And so I'm going to also come up with a title for this. So here is the title that I came up with. That's under 58, 60 characters long. How to fly with a bike, which I always want the exact match domain as soon as possible within the title in 2025. So this year, so people know that it's relevant. And then I'm saying from my experience. What I'm finding a lot in Google is that if you, and as you can see, I have the my up here too. In Google, if you actually talk more first person and have a little bit more personalized titles that are also SEO optimized, then this is how you win these days. Is first person stuff is doing really well in Google, and I've noticed it with my own website for Marketer Milk, and just a lot of other friends that are in the SEO space. They all say that this first person approach to titles does really well. Now, staying on the theme of bike travel, so I can make sure I link all these together, I'm going to come up with 2 other articles. Okay, so I came up with 2 other articles. One of them was I wanted to get a best of article, so I found best bike bags, which I can link in this article as well. 1,600 searches a month. Best type articles, I usually say they're bottom of funnel because people are really looking for an actual product. And so already I didn't touch the bike travel. It's a cyclist, as all of them are. Amazon bike bags, or just bike bags, is another product to be pitched in here. Then what I did was I wanted something very like top, or I wasn't really caring if it was top or bottom or middle or whatever funnel. I wanted to find something that was related to these 2 topics in the bike travel that is more niche. For me, when I took this bike, one thing I was trying to figure out was I flew with American Airlines, and I was trying to figure out, is there a fee, or to like, how do I actually fly with this thing? Later on, I found out that what I did was I put it in a bike box, and I just brought it with me to the airport, and I checked it in as like oversized luggage. And the bike, surprisingly enough, it actually didn't cost anything extra. But it was the same price as a regular checked luggage bag, which I think is like $35, $40. And I figured out this keyword by basically going into KeySearch again, and I typed in American Airlines bike, and the first one was bike fee. And if we actually search this in Google in an incognito window, we can see a few things come up from American Airlines. And this was the confusing thing for me, is that they didn't basically specify just the bike. It did say like special items and sports equipment, but it didn't really say, what the fee was. And then this other top article that was actually like a guide, it was again from 2022. There's a lot of old stuff in this niche. This is actually, as I've been making this video, realizing how good of a niche this is. So if you're interested in this, go ahead and steal it, I guess. And if you do, let me know how it goes. But as you can see, this one is from like an old article from over a year ago. So it's not really relevant. And it was hard for me to know if there was actually a fee or not. So I think this is a great one where we can probably outrank this article right here and be right in the 3rd spot. And people are going to click on it, given our title is American Airlines bike fee, how much they charge in 2025. It's super clear and it's straight to the point. It's under that 60 characters long. And then again, the products, there is no real product to be pitched here. So again, I'm pitching the newsletter for people that want to be in a community for cyclists. Okay, now we have our content calendar, and hopefully by now you also have your own 5 topics that you want to go after, and you want to figure out which ones to start writing. Now, I would recommend going after something you know the most and you're most excited about. I would normally say like go after a brand name, like a product review or comparison. In this case, like a Specialized Roubaix versus Tarmac could be a great first option. But I'm the most excited about how to fly with a bike because I recently did it and I just know a lot of information about it. So I think for me, the order that I would start creating is how to fly with a bike as the first one. And then I want to build off of that. So I'm going to talk about the American Airlines bike fee. And then I'll probably start creating. Ideally, you want to do all the topics together and tackle them first. But I might actually go ahead and swap these two and tackle these two topics at the same time and do the specialized Roubaix versus tarmac, because it's just what I know the most. I have a specialized Roubaix. So this is kind of how I would probably prioritize the creation of these. Now, let's actually go and write this first article, how to fly with a bike. Okay, for this part, we're going to go ahead and write our article based off of the content calendar we just created. So now we're in phase 5. What we need to do here is first create a content outline or a blog outline. If you Google search content outline, somewhere on the first page, I have an article that comes up that's about this and how I approach it. My other video on how to write a blog post, I go over this more in depth. I want to go over kind of a high level overview here because I know this course has been already very long, but this part is also very important, as with all the sections are. And when you create content outlines, this is how you actually write blog posts really fast. And this was the unlock for me, where I used to just kind of open up a blank document and just start writing, and I didn't really know how to approach the article, what to write about, until I had a mentor of mine who was a really great writer tell me like, hey, you got to make an outline and actually create all the headings and figure out what you're going to talk about in that section. That way, when you sit down to write, you already know what to write about based off of the headings. And so there's two different tools that you can use for this. One is Surfer SEO. So Surfer is this tool where they have a bunch of different products that you can use, but they have this content editor where essentially you can start writing your blog posts. And as you can see, it's a cool little animation. It tells you what keywords you should include in your blog post based off of a keyword that you're trying to target. In this case, our keyword was how to fly with a bike. So if we input how to fly with a bike in Surfer, it'll tell us like all the different keywords that we should be including. And as we write, it'll give us an SEO score. Now, Surfer also has Surfer AI. So it can actually help you write some of the articles. I don't recommend just blindly using AI to write articles with. I don't recommend using AI to write articles at all, but if you are going to do that, then you should definitely edit them and add your own human touch. And yeah, make sure you run them through a tool called originality.ai just to make sure that they're being passed as human written. But the thing with Surfer too is it's a great tool. But if you just want it for the content optimization part, which is that's the feature that I want, it's $79 for their essential plan. And so there's another tool called Frase, which is one that I've been using more frequently. And they do the same thing as Surfer. And Frase, essentially, same thing. You give it a keyword, and then you write your article and it tells you what keywords to include. They also have an AI article writer as well that can help you write stuff with AI. So the cool thing about Frase is that it is only $45 a month. So it's a lot cheaper than Surfer. Regardless, they're both great tools. I'm going to have links to them in the description. Again, it would be greatly appreciated if you use those links. And so I'm going to log into my Frase account real quick. And now that I'm logged in, I'm going to go to new document, SEO workflow, and I'm going to type in how to fly with a bike, and I'm going to hit create document. Now the document is created. What I'm going to do here is going to press start. And what it's going to do now is it's going to take that keyword, it's searching it in Google, as you can see, and it's taking all the top ranking articles for that keyword. It's figuring out what keywords are the most common, or phrases that are most commonly used within all those articles. And then it's going to spit that back out to us. That way that we can also create a piece of content that is not like similar to the existing ones, although we do want to be talking about the same phrases and keywords. This is where like the Google algorithm comes into play, and Google becomes like a game of math where there are like a certain amount of phrases and keywords that are used, where it detects our articles talking about that, should it be ranked on the first page. But we want the writing style and stuff to be very human and very us. But we want to try to massage in certain keywords and phrases that are used on the first page into our article, with making it sound very like authentic and real, not just like keyword stuffing and making it sound like a robot. So here, now we can see that it's giving us all the top ranking articles and what their headings are, which is really cool. If I go to outlines, and click explore headings, we can see, the first ranking article, the second ranking, third, there's that bike radar article and more articles. And we can see the H1 is always the main title of the article. Then we can see there's like a H2. We can actually copy some of these and add them to our own outline, but I'm not going to do that right now. We can just get ideas for how they're structuring their articles. Now, if I click on optimize, we can see this is where all those keywords are that we should be including in this how to fly with a bike. We probably want to, mention cardboard bike box, which is actually what I used. Baggage handlers, major airlines, sports equipment, baggage fees, baggage allowance, all of these are very much related, special baggage. All of these are very much related to our topic. So now I'm going to go back to the article and I'm going to take the title. So our title was How to Fly with a Bike in 2025. We want to make sure that this is an H1 heading. And you can write your article in a Word doc. You can write it in a Google Doc. I'm just going to write it in Frase. And first, what we're going to do is create our headings. So how I usually approach headings for these articles is I'll go back and I'll search this keyword again in Google. And once I do that, I'm going to scroll through people also ask. This gives me ideas of H2 headings that I can use. So here it says, how much does it cost to take a bicycle on a plane? That's probably a good thing to talk about. How do you travel with a bike on a plane? Do airlines have bike boxes? Can I take a bike as checked luggage? These are all great ideas. I'm going to take these. This one, how do you travel with a bike on a plane? That's going to be like the main topic, so I'm not going to take that one, but I'm going to take the other three. And now I have these three right here. So we want to figure out, how do we order this? Usually, I always think blog posts are essentially lists. So even in my how-to articles, I try to create like a list of things that you should be aware of. So that might be like, I might have like X steps to flying with a bike in 2025. So I'll have one variation of the main title tag. Now, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to transfer this to a Google Doc just so it's a cleaner interface. Okay, so here I'm going to reformat this in a Google Doc. I'm going to say this is the H1. Can I take a bike as checked luggage? I'm going to make this an H2. These are actually all H2s. Now, I'm probably going to lead with this one because I think people are going to be searching for this. What you can also do is add all of these into ChatGPT and ask it to what's the best order to approach them. I think it's best to find H2s from your own ideas and from questions you're seeing people are searching. You can also use a service called Answer the Public to see what questions people are searching for. But I would get my ideas for headings not using AI, and then use AI to help organize the headings that I've already found myself. So for this one, I'm going to actually put the how-to part of this article second. And I'm going to put these, actually, I'm also going to, I'm going to put these as towards the end conclusion stuff. Now, these steps, basically, you have to start coming up with this on your own. So let me go ahead and write this. Okay, so as you can see, I came up with 6. So I'm going to change this to 6. And these are now in sort of this list format. So how I normally do this is I'll say, here are 6 steps to flying with a bike. And then I'll say, all right, let's go over each of these in depth. And what this does is sometimes Google will pull this format into a featured snippet. If you ever see like the top featured snippet stuff in Google, that's why I like approaching this format. It also allows us to create a table of contents that we can click into. I show you how to do that in my other video on how to write a blog post. But then what you want to do is actually take these, and I'm pasting these using Command-Shift-V so I can take off the list, make sure it's not like a little list that comes in. And I want to make all of these as H3 headings. So they're subheadings of this is an entire section in and of itself. And I'm going to number these, make sure it doesn't do that list thing for the headings. number these. And as you can see, some of these steps, for example, check your airline bike policies ahead of time. This is a great place for me to interlink the American Airlines bike fees blog post that I'm going to write later. Once I write that, I can come back to this article and update it with that link. Also, another thing is I had this as an H2, but I'm actually going to take this, and because I wrote choose the right bike bag or box, I'm going to have this as another heading, but this is an H3, so I need to make it a smaller heading. We're going to make it an H4. So this is going to be an H4 in this section. I'm going to delete that. So now this last part actually is kind of like a conclusion, and it kind of closes this section here. So generally you have like an H2, you have another H2 that opens up a list of H3s, and then you have an H2 that could be a conclusion paragraph or something else, that an H2 that closes this section. And then you can write and then leave it as that. So this is our blog post. It's ready to write. Let's go ahead and start writing it. I'm not going to get too in depth on writing strategies. Watch the other video. All right, so I just finished writing this article. It's actually pretty short. I normally would not publish anything this short. Most articles I publish are at least 2,500, 3,000 words. This one, actually, if we look at the word count, is only 836, but it was just for demonstration purposes of this video. Just the format of everything is, I think, really good format to follow. And as you can see, these links, so I do think that every article you write, you should at least link out to at least 3 different external sources. So here I started off saying, I recently flew from NYC to LA and brought my bike with me, and I just explained all of that. And then I mentioned bike flights here, and I linked out to them. Ideally, bike flights, I would go and looks like they have an affiliate program. So I would sign up for their affiliate program. And when I actually link out to them here, I link out to them with my affiliate program, just in case somebody actually goes ahead and purchases through them. And then I talked about, can I take my bike as checked luggage, blah, 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 blah. Any special fees? I linked out to the American Airlines special fees. And I did mention that I went on American Airlines. And then I went and I talked about, checking your bike ahead of time. I have an image. You definitely want to make sure you have images, custom images, no stock photos or anything like that. This is an actual real image of me in the airport with the bike box with my bike in it. And then other information, packed my bike. Of course, I want to have also at least 3 internal links, so linking to other blog posts that I have, but I don't have any blog posts live yet, so I'm just keeping note of that for when those other blog posts do go live. I can come back and add them in here. But for now, like this one, I packed my bike. I basically just linked out to Livestrong on how to disassemble a bike. And then, just went through this entire article. I also made sure that, as you can see in Frase, that I reached it says the average score is a 50 and I reached a 74. So I just pasted my article in here and just made sure that I was including the right keywords wherever it made sense. I wasn't forcing all of them. And then just to be safe, I also inputted my article into originality.ai, and it's with 95% confidence that it's human written and not AI generated. And that's pretty much that. The article is done. Again, if you want more in depth on how to write an article, I have a blog post on how to write a blog post on my YouTube channel. Or if you look up SEO blog writing in Google, I have a blog post on how to do that as well. Super in depth. Now, what we want to do here is actually go ahead and publish our blog post and go through all the post-publishing checklist stuff. Okay, now that our article is done, we're going to go into phase 6, which is publishing, and we're going to go through all the post-publishing stuff, the SEO, blog writing tips that you should be aware of. And then also we're going to talk about affiliate tracking links and 301 redirects and stuff like that, and then custom code embeds. So let's go back into Webflow and get our article ready to start ranking in Google. Okay, we're back in Webflow for our cyclecope.com website. What I want to do here is I want to go into this little button here, CMS. You can also access the CMS by going and clicking on the editor. So the editor is a place in Webflow for your Webflow site where you can add content. For example, as you can see, you'll see this bottom thing and you'll go to collections and you'll go to blog posts and you can add your blog posts here. It's a more like user-friendly interface, if you will. Or what you can do is actually just do it in the designer. So if I go back to Webflow into our main site, then I go back to the CMS, it's the same thing over here, just like a dark mode, different kind of interface. A little more intimidating, but it's actually kind of cool once you figure your way around it. As you can see, this was a template. And mind you, this wasn't the best template to use for this example in this course. I would recommend you use a more simpler template than this one, because this one has like premium content and stuff like that. But what you want to do is actually go ahead and delete all the dummy blog posts. As you can see, this is all dummy text. It's not even in English. So I want to go ahead and delete all this stuff. So I'm going to hit select. I'm going to select all, and I'm going to hit delete, and I'm going to delete permanently. Again, I'm going to do this for these blog posts. This one just had premium blog posts too. So select, I'm going to select all, and I'm going to delete. Now there's also team members in here. I would go in and add my own name or anyone on the team. Same thing with categories. I would change these based off of whatever topics and categories your blog is going to talk about. But for this case, let's just go to blog posts and let's create a new item. And now let's start talking about our blog post content. So let's input everything. Here, I'm going to just take my entire blog post and copy it. And I'm going to go back into Webflow, and in the blog post rich text area, which is the main content, I'm going to paste it all. Obviously, I'm going to take my title out of there because I just pasted it over. And I'm going to add the title where the title goes. As you can see, this is what I mentioned earlier. In most CMSs, when you input the title name, it automatically makes the URL slug or the link of the article the exact title. But if you actually remember, we don't want that. We want our main keyword, which is here, how to fly a bike. Fly with a bike, not fly a bike. That'd be pretty cool. We want only that part to be in the URL. We don't want to copy the entire title. Make sure it looks clean, nice dashes, perfect. Now what we want to do is actually go and clean this stuff up too. As you can see, there's spaces. We want to make sure that we clean anything up from when we pasted everything over. We want to double check and make sure these are H2 headings. We want to again fix any of these weird maybe alignment things that are going on. H3 headings, perfect. Just going to delete all this. And once this is cleaned up, now we want to go through and look at our links. So bike flights link, we want to make sure this opens in a new tab, or it could open in the same tab, but ideally we want to open external links in a new tab. That way, if a reader clicks on it, they don't leave our website fully. So I'm going to do that for all of these links. This image that we pasted over, what we want to do is hit the settings, and if you've pasted over an image through a Google Doc, then you're going to want to do this phase of making sure that we grab the image, and the image name is actually like there's an actual file name for it. Right now, as you can see, if I go back, the image name is like just a random string of numbers and letters. If we have the file name actually be a keyword, it has a good chance of showing up in Google image search. So for this one, I'm just going to pull this out and drag it onto my desktop. And I'm going to rename this bike box. You could just name it whatever. Just name it something literal. As you can see, it's 225 KB, which is kind of big. Ideally, images are under 200 KB, in the 100s. Under 100 KB is even great or better. In this case, JPEG images are going to be smaller file sizes than PNG images. The only time you would use a PNG is when you have a transparent background. In this case, this image doesn't have a transparent background. But if you want to figure out a way to compress images, you can go into Google, and even if you have PNGs, you can do like PNG to JPEG converter. But in this case, I'm going to do JPEG compress, and I'm just going to go to this compress JPEG. I'm going to drag in our file, and as you can see, it made it about half the size. So I'm going to download that, and now we can see that we have bike box min. So I'm actually going to go back and make sure that name is properly named. So in this case, I'm going to rename this to just bike box, And I'm going to go back into Webflow. I'm actually going to click on this image and delete it, and make sure I click this plus, and I'm going to hit image, and I can either drag it, I'm just going to upload it, add our image, make it as big as it gets. And then what you want to do is hit these settings, and you want to see this option for alt text. You're going to do custom description, and you're going to add alt text in describing what this image is. I could just put human with a bike box. You just want to describe the image. The alt text is like a web accessibility best practice. I think it also helps with SEO because it helps make your website more accessible for people that are using screen readers. So people that may be visually impaired, they can at least figure out what your images mean and what they are. And Google really loves that. It loves making everything accessible to everyone. So make sure all of your images have alt text set. And as you can see now, it's just bikebox.jpg. It's not a weird random string of letters and numbers. And now what we need to do is just get a thumbnail, and we also need to add our description. So before I do that, I'm just going to save the draft so I don't lose anything. Now let's go create our thumbnail image. So we're going to do this in Figma. I already went and created this just to save time. It's very simple and not the best looking thumbnail image at all, but I wanted to just show that I do it in Figma. I essentially just made this bike flying guide. I made this frame using I clicked on this guy to make a gradient. And then I just added text. And then for this one, I actually just used, as you can see, it's not the best quality plugin, best quality icon. But the way I made that icon was I used a plugin. So if you actually right click and go to plugins in Figma and you go to manage plugins, there's actually like a whole plugin marketplace. So I just looked up icons and I found this icons 8 and it opens up, and I literally just typed in plain, hit search, and then I just click this one. So I can like click, say, this one, and once I click it, it pops up onto my screen. So I can say like, even I can like delete this one because that one wasn't the best quality, and I could pull this out, and there we go, bike flying guide. Now, once this is created, and you can fix all the dimensions too, depending on the template you're using, it might say like recommended dimensions, but you can always change the dimensions of this. But I want to click this, and normally what I do is I export as a PNG, and then I use a PNG to JPEG compressor or converter, and that's what gets me the smallest file possible. If I export as just a JPEG through Figma, the file size tends to be slightly bigger if I were to go the PNG to then converting it to a JPEG route. So I'm just going to do that to show you. I'm going to export as PNG. I'm going to hit export. And as you can see, it exports the frame. So I use the frame size here of using, if I click frame, I use the, right here, I use the MacBook Air dimensions. That's why it's calling it MacBook Air. But we're going to have to rename that. So let's open the file. And here we want to name this the exact keyword that we're targeting in our blog post, the exact match keyword. So I can get that by going to here and copy their URL slug because we want it to have dashes in between all of them. Go back here, paste it. But now, as you can see, it's 277 KB and it's a PNG. So let's convert this. So here I'm going to do PNG to JPEG. There's this PNG with the number 2 jpeg.com. I'm going to drag our image in, our PNG, and I'm going to download. And as you can see, it went from 277 KB down to 51.7K, we'll say 52, and it has the exact name, .jpeg. This is perfect. Now we're going to go back into Webflow, and I'm simply just going to drag this over. And I'm just going to use the same exact one for both these image slots. Now let's go ahead and write our meta description. The meta description is we want this to be under 155 characters long, and we want to make sure we include our exact keyword, how to fly a bike, in there. All right, and here's what I wrote. Learn how to fly a bike in 2025 the cheapest way. I flew from NYC to LA with my road bike for just $45. Here's exactly how I did it. And now we're pretty much ready to go. There's some other things here like selecting the blog post category. Of course, we didn't really talk too much about editing that from this template, but I'll just say in this case it's a guide, and the author, I didn't add myself, but we'll say it's one of these authors right now. And it's done. I'm just going to save this because there's a couple other things we want to look at. So if I actually press this I, all right, just saved. Let me press the I. We can see this is what the blog post is looking like. As you can see, there's still some stuff in this template we didn't update. Like it still says Riotology over here, which you can probably just delete that actually. And there's some stuff where we need to edit. You know what? Let's just fully delete these. We don't need this stuff. And we can see the URLs, the hyperlinks that we edited before, and we're going through the article. There's the image, and this is great. Now, one thing that we want to do is actually, how do we create embeds or even like a table of contents? Like if somebody ideally were to click on any of these, it scrolls to the section. So let's think about how do we create a table of contents, and then how do we create embeds for like CTAs for people to sign up to our affiliate links. And then there's also a couple other things we need to talk about when it comes to 301 redirects and tracking affiliate links. So if we actually go back to our blog posts, the way we can create like a table of contents is what we need to do is we need to create clickable links that then scroll to a section of our page. So for example, I'm not going to do it for all of these because it's going to take too much time, but what we do for these lists, say for weigh your bike, I would do hashtag weigh your bike, enter. Don't open a new tab or anything. And I would do this for all of these. Check airline bike policies. They can be the exact full phrase or just like a snippet of it, like this one, check airline bike policies. And you would do this for every single one. Now, whatever you write here, you want to make note of that, because what you're going to do is above each heading that you want to scroll through, you're going to do right above it, you're going to add a plus, and you're going to add an HTML embed. And you're going to paste this in. I will have this again in the slides. And within these parentheses, you're going to type in that exact section that you pasted over here. So we said it was check-airline-bike-policies. And we're going to hit save and close. Let me do the other one too to show you an example, number 4. Again, you want to do them from every single one, but I'm just doing 2 to save time here. So this one, weigh your bike. We're going to hit save. And now what we're going to do is we're just going to hit publish for now because I want to show you the live version of this. Now when we go back to Psychocope and refresh, we can see all of our latest articles are gone. We deleted them and nothing is showing up here. And this is most likely because with this template, we actually have to go and click it as like a featured item. So let's go back to our blog, go back to our blog posts. And for this one, I'm just going to check both of these. Again, this stuff is going to vary based off the template and the design and the way that it's structured. And we're going to go back to our website. We're going to republish. And we're going to go back to the main website, psychocope.com, refresh. And bada bing, bada boom, there's our article. Click into it. As you can see, now we have these 2 that we added. If I click on any of these, boom, it jumps to that section. These sections are really small, so it's really hard to see how it jumped. But say I go over here and I press this first one, boom, jumps straight to the first one at the top. So if you do this for all of these and add that little custom code embed, as you can see, it's not even visible. that is how you can create these. Let me show you. That is how you can create a table of contents through these custom code embeds that we have here. Now let's also talk about creating CTAs for our affiliate links. Now here's an example. This article, Best AI Productivity Tools by Zapier. If you notice, if we scroll through, they have these CTAs here to use their products. And this is kind of what I'm talking about that we want to create. And we can actually create this using Claude. So Claude, I'm sure you know, is another LLM like ChatGPT. You could do this with ChatGPT, but I believe Claude is better when it comes to development work. So I'm going to just create an account on the same Psychocope through Anthropic's Claude. Yes, I am 18. We'll stay on the free plan, or I'm over 18. Okay, now we're going to create a prompt for here. Okay, we're going to start simple and then we're going to build off of this. So I want to create a custom code embed for my Webflow website. This is going to be a CTA, a call to action, that goes to my affiliate link for bike flights. I want the CTA to match the branding of my website. I'm going to hit this, and then Claude should do its thing and start creating a custom code embed right away. Although now it's actually asking us for things that we want in the styling. Okay, so now it's asking me some other things. I said my website uses white and the color this, which is yellow. I literally just took that color from this yellow that we had here and I copied the hex code here. I also said it asked for the font and preferred stuff. I said the font is instrument serif for the heading and instrument sans for the text. I like rounded corners. The text should say check out bike flights, like the CTA. And then it said if you have an icon, I can drag in an icon into Claude, but for now I just said I don't have an icon. Now let's see it do its magic. So this is going to take a few seconds. I'm just going to let this load. And boom, this is what it looks like. As you can see, not the coolest or the best looking CTA or the most enticing, but then what you can do is actually just keep talking to Claude to iterate on this. You can say, add this heading underneath, or add this paragraph text underneath the heading. You can then tell it to maybe change how this button hover animates, and you can tell it to, when I click this button, I want it to open in a new tab, and this is the affiliate link that I have that I want you to open it with. So I'm going to pause here and we're going to go grab our affiliate link. So because I haven't actually gone through the process in this video of applying to the Bike Flights affiliate program, which I'm sure we'll get accepted in if we have a website and we have our social media platforms and stuff all established. But let's say as an example, you already have your affiliate link. In this case, I'm going to say Bike Flights, and I'm going to put like, let's say this was my affiliate link. It was like bikeflights.com and then this tracking code via Psychocope. And every time that you went to that, it would actually be my affiliate link, and Bike Flights would know anybody that came through that link is now attributed to me. How do I make this look clean? One thing that you'll notice a lot of companies do, or a lot of big affiliate brands, they'll cloak their affiliate links with, it might have a bunch of tracking links on it. You can even have like UTM tracking on it. And what they do is they actually end up like masking it in a way to their main URL of their website. So in this case, it could be like psychocope.com/recommends/bike flights or psychocope.com/go/bike flights. Whatever it is, it looks like it's coming from my own URL, but when someone clicks on it, it goes straight to the affiliate link that, our affiliate link. I do this with my affiliate links, as you can see in the description. A lot of them are all like marketermilk.com recommends and then the product. So how do you do that in Webflow? It's actually very easy. What you want to do is you want to go to your site settings. I'm just going to save the blog post stuff. You want to go into publishing. And in publishing, you can see there is a 301 redirect section. So what we have to do is create a 301 redirect. What this means is that when somebody lands on a certain URL, we're telling our website and Google that this URL should automatically redirect to this URL. So we want psychocope.com/ let's say recommends/bike flights. We want when someone lands on that for them to go to bikeflights.com/ like our affiliate ID and our affiliate link. So here we're going to do add. And because I'm already logged in with cyclecope.com, I just need to do /recommends/bike. I'm going to do dash flights. And it's going to redirect to whatever our affiliate link is that our affiliate platform gives us. And I'm going to hit add redirect path. And now we have to republish our website to make it go live. And now if we go to our website and I go to recommends/bike flights, I'm just going to copy all this before I press enter. Look at the URL. I'm going to hit enter. Boom. It goes straight to our affiliate link. How powerful is that? No plugins needed, nothing. You can do it straight in Webflow. It's super easy and clean. Now, this is our affiliate link, but this page, this link right here is the main affiliate CTA we want to use, or the main link. So I'm going to go back into Claude. I'm going to say, use this as the affiliate link and open it in a new tab when someone clicks on the CTA. I'm going to paste that. I'll update it. It's doing a thing again. All right, and now it's there. Now, basically, what we're going to do is it's telling us some other things that you can do. It added like a rel no opener tag and all that for security. But this is the preview version, and then this is the code version. What we're going to do is we're going to click copy on all of the code. We're going to go back into Webflow, and we're going to go to our blog posts. And we're going to figure out where we want to embed this. Of course, this is going to vary based off the topic and whatever the CTA looks like. I'm just showing this for demonstration purposes so you can go out and create these yourself. But say I want to include this option, let's say here in the first part. I'm going to hit space, and I'm going to click the plus sign, and I'm going to add an HTML embed, and I'm going to just simply Command V on Mac or Control V on PC and paste our code from Claude. And I'm going to hit save and close, and I'm going to just publish the article. Now that it's published, I'm going to go back to our article. As you can see, there's nothing here yet. I'm going to refresh it. Remove this. And now, bada bing, bada boom, there is our CTA right there, created with custom code. Look at us, we're developers now, embedded into Webflow. And if we click on this, if we first off hover, you can see in the bottom corner, it actually is going to cyclecope.com/recommends.bikeflights. But if I click this, it should open in a new tab, and boom, it goes right to our affiliate CTA. And there you have it. We're pretty much done with everything. At this point, what we want to do is also make sure we have our analytics set up. So we want to go into Google Analytics. You can just Google search Google Analytics and go to this first one. We're going to get started. We're going to start measuring. We're going to create an account name. We're going to add our account name, CycleCope. We're going to just hit next. Property name, CycleCope. We can change the time zone of everything. Hit next. This one I'm just going to put jobs and entertainment for the industry, and we're going to go through. We want to understand our web traffic. We want to view user engagement and retention. We can select other stuff like generating leads and driving sales, but for now I'm just going to click those. Create. And now we're going to choose our platform, which is the web. We're going to type our website, www.cyclecope.com. CycleCope, create and continue. And we're going to set up our code. So it's telling us we're going to do manually. We're going to take this code, and it's saying you're going to input this code on every page on your website after the head element. So essentially in the head section. This is really easy to do in Webflow. We're just going to copy this. We're going to go back into Webflow. We're going to go into the site settings of our project. We're going to go to custom code. And in the head section, we're going to paste that code. We're going to hit save. And we're going to hit publish to make it all go live. And we're going to go back to Google Tag Manager once that's in, and we're going to click Test Installation. And now it's going to check to see if it's there. And it says your Google tag was correctly detected on your website. Perfect. Hit confirm. And now it's pretty much done. And one thing to note is once Google Analytics is installed, you just have to refresh the page to get to this screen, and you'll be able to go to reports and see all of your traffic and everything that's happening once data actually starts coming in. Okay, now that we have Google Analytics set up, we want to set up Google Search Console, which is arguably even more important from an SEO perspective. But we do the Google Analytics first, so it becomes really easy to just install Google Search Console. Okay, so we're just going to go to Google and search Google Search Console, how meta. We're going to go to Google Search Console, this landing page here. We're going to hit Start Now. And you have two options. Now, if we didn't already set up Google Analytics, what we would have to do is go to the domain option, but because we already set up Google Analytics and we installed that tag in our Webflow project, it'll be really quick if we just do URL prefix. And we're going to type in our exact URL. So let me just take that. Just make sure I'm grabbing everything accurately here. Take that, go to URL prefix, and hit continue. And now, bada bing, bada boom, ownership is auto-verified, and I'm going to go to property. And here we are. We're now in our Google Search Console dashboard. All right, now that we have Search Console set up, this is where we're going to actually see our search traffic coming in. Google Search Console has a delay about 2 days, so this is going to take some time to see data in here. But there is a few things we can do to accelerate the indexing process of our website. So if I actually go into psychocope.com and I do /sitemap.xml and I hit enter, we can see our sitemap for our entire site. This is essentially all the pages on our site. And this is popping up because if you remember way in the beginning when we talked about setting up our website, we selected the option to auto-generate our sitemap. Now, if I actually take this, I want to take the sitemap, go into here, and I want to actually not even paste it because it's already picking up our site. I just want to type in sitemap.xml and hit submit. And now, as you can see, it's saying couldn't fetch. It's a lot of new stuff that's happening right now, so you just want to give it some time, maybe refresh, and there you go. I just literally refreshed the page. Sometimes for brand new websites, some glitchy stuff like that happens, but it automatically picked it up. That just looked like it was a bug on Google's end. Success. It's discovered 24 pages on the site. And what we want to do next is go into URL inspection, which is just this search box up here. And every time we publish a blog post, I mentioned this in the how to write a blog post video, which I've referenced a million times already. What we want to do after we've published, so if I go back into Webflow and I go back to my blog posts, what we want to do is once this blog post is live, we want to go back and link out to at least 3 to 5 other blog posts that are relevant. So it has some sort of internal backlinks, as you call them, or as you will, just internal links that are pointing to it. And that's one step we want to do. And the other step is also resubmitting the sitemap because now there's a new URL in there. So we want to resubmit that in Google. And then what we also want to do lastly is take our blog posts. In this case, this is the blog post we just published. And what we want to do is copy this URL, go into Search Console and paste it into the URL inspector and hit enter. And as you can see, for every new URL that you do this on anything new that you publish, it's going to say URL not in Google. But we just want to test the live URL. We want to see if everything is working fine, if it's picking up the schema markup fine, which we can also, as this is loading, we can check ourselves. If we right click and hit view page source and I hit Command F, I can look up schema. And as you can see, it is pulling in the schema markup, how to fly with a bike, the URL, Psychocope, all the stuff we went over already in this video. I can check the canonical tag. It's again pulling the canonical tag. So again, all the technical stuff we talked about in the website build section. Now, if I go back to here, as you can see, URL is available to Google. The testing worked fine. Page can be indexed. And what I'm going to do now is just hit request indexing, and there we go, indexing requested, and dismiss. So now we're done, we're set, everything is good, and all we have to do now is just continue to repeat the process of finding products that we want to promote, finding topics and keywords to go after, writing our blog posts, and publishing them in an SEO optimized way, and just keep publishing content. Give it at least, I want to say, publish 10 to 20 blog posts before you make any big decisions on if you're going to keep going or quit or not. But this kind of game is whoever can last the longest and keep publishing content that is SEO optimized, that's following a lot of the stuff that we talked about in this course. This is how you win in the long term. And thank you for watching this. If you reached this far, leave a comment that you got to the end. Say "got marketing?" ? If you say that, I know you made it to this far. And I know I've been stuttering and rambling a lot. I've been recording this video over a span of a few days. So if you want to support, just subscribe to the newsletter. That's the number one thing I ask that you do. And if you want to use any of the affiliate links. But besides that, I hope you got some value out of this video. I hope by now you're more confident in how to find your niche, how to build your platforms and your home on the web for your affiliate marketing business, how to find products and understand what products to even go after, how to create a content strategy, how to actually write blog posts, and then how to publish them and connect your analytics and all that. One thing I didn't talk about is setting up Bing Webmaster Tools, but it's the exact same process as Google Search Console. So just go ahead and do that too. I don't need to add that extra stuff to make this video longer than it already is. But thank you so much. If you have any questions, leave them below and I'll try to answer them. And I'll catch you in the next video. Peace.